그 대표적인 예가 길드 레이드입니다.
There. Okay, so these are the different bosses that you can fight, and I guess these are the levels of the bosses, and these are too hard for the current raid, probably because you need to be at least probably level 33 to enter, or 34 to enter, I'm guessing. And that's the loot that can drop. That's cool. Okay.
길드
guild
레이드는
level.
독립된
Okay.
공간에서 오직 길드원만으로 도전하는 보스 레이드입니다. 누구나 전투에 참여할 수 있는 오픈필드의 특성상 높은 경쟁률을 보이는 필드 레이드와 달리 안정적인 성장과 재화 확보를 담보합니다. 동시에 필드 레이드보다 더 강력한 난이도 모드가 있어 길드원들과 힘을 모아 한계를 극복하는 성취의 재미를 느낄 수도 있습니다. 길드가 성장하는 만큼 플레이어는 더 크고 대단하고 다이내믹한 경험들을 할 수 있습니다. 가장 단적인 예가 공성전입니다. TL의
I wonder how laggy this is going to be. That's the one thing I think about. Is like, yeah, how laggy is this going to actually be?
공성전은 개발 기술의 집약체입니다.
Not very. Yeah, we'll see.
1000명이 넘는 인원이 접속해도 끊김이 없는 서버 기술력과 직접 거대 생명체인 골렘으로 변신해 전쟁에 참여할 수 있는 지금껏 경험하지 못한 공성전을 선보이기 위해 많은 도전들이 있었습니다. 그 결과 TL의 공성전은 기존과 달리 단순한 백병전이 아닌 전략 싸움의 형태를 띱니다.
Wait, so you can glide in from the whale? That's cool.
크랙인 골렘의 존재와 다양한 진입로, 환경의 변화 등이 TL의 공성전을 더욱더 역동적으로 만듭니다.
Okay, cool.
공성전이 끝났다고 해서 아직 전쟁이 끝난 것은 아닙니다. 어쩌면 공성전보다 더 치열한 전쟁, 세금 수송이 있으니까요. 공성전에 승리한 길드는 골렘을 소환해 각 마을에서 모인 세금을 옮겨야 합니다.
Oh, it's like a caravan system. I get it. So you need to defend the caravans so people can't break into them.
길드들은 당연히 그 세금을 빼앗기 위해 모이게 되죠. 성을 끼고 싸우는 전투의 양상과 달리 협곡과 평야를 오가며 싸우는 세금 수송은 수성의 유리함 없이 훨씬 더 격렬한 장면들을 연출하게 됩니다. 특히 양 진영의 골렘들이 충돌하는 장관은 개인적으로 제가 TL에서 가장 좋아하는 장면입니다. TL에는 서버 내 모든 길드가 연합해서 싸워야 하는 적도 있습니다. 바로 아크보스입니다. 아크보스를 공략하기 위해선 공성전에 투입되는 그 이상의 플레이어 간 협력이 필요합니다. 하지만 방심할 순 없습니다. 아크보스를 잡는 그 순간에도 길드들은 서로를 노리고 있습니다. 공동의 적을 함께 노리면서도 동시에 서로를 견제해야 하는 긴장감이
So you can actually like attack people while somebody's doing the combat. Oh, that's very interesting. I wonder what's going to happen. Yeah, I could feel that would be like super annoying. I don't know what's going to happen, what this is going to be, man. Yeah. Maximum griefing. Yeah.
대규모 레이드의 특징입니다.
Like in classic WoW, the World Boss Coalition I was in used to do countdowns where they would like say the person's name whenever they said something in like general chat, and they would do a countdown. And whenever there was like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 report, and then everybody would report the same person at the same time, and then the person would get suspended, and you would see them running back to the boss, and then their character stop running and just running in place, and then just disappear. And then they come back, and they're like, why can't I join my raid anymore? So yeah, I don't know, man. I always worry about this kind of stuff. This looks really cool, though.
여기까지 듣는다면 길드를 위해선 PVP의 스트레스를 견뎌야 하는가 고민이 되실 수도 있습니다. 물론 대다수 길드 컨텐츠는 PVP를 염두에 두고 디자인됐지만
So guilds are mainly for PvP then, okay.
우리는 플레이의 성향에 따라 길드의 성격이 달라질 수 있길 바랬습니다.
Okay.
여러분이 평화적인 플레이를 희망하고 그런 사람들과 플레이하길 원한다면
Yeah, my understanding is that like some zones, this is what they said before, is that like some zones, like they're dynamic, right? So sometimes they're PvP zones, sometimes they're not.
굳이 적대 길드를 만들지 않고 길드와 함께 지역 이벤트에 참여하고 사냥 퀘스트를 수행하는 것만으로도 충분히 성장을 체감할 수 있을 것입니다.
I think this is like one of the like aesthetic things that like you look at like Log Horizon or you look at Overlord, where you have people that are in like effectively the guild, and they are like, there's some people that are like combat oriented and some people that are more like life skill oriented in those games. And I think it just makes sense in general in a fantasy setting that there's people that are more combat oriented and people that are less combat oriented. So I hope the guilds don't have like a very low cap and you can have very large guilds that can support like different groups of players. So it's not just like you have to have, like in New World, for example, the company size is very restrictive. So you can't have a ton of people in your company, which means that the only people that can be in a company are like these super serious players.
이동만으로 재미를 느낄 수 있는 월드와 조작할 만한 가치가 있는 전투,
If guild alliances, yeah.
그리고 모두가 함께할 때 빛을 발하는 플레이가 PC MMORPG TL의 모습입니다.
This is nice.
TL은 런칭 때 2개의 지역이 공개됩니다.
Okay.
그곳에서 여러분은 19개의 사냥터와 8개의 도시, 6개의 던전을 탐험할 수 있고 2종의 아크보스, 18종의 보스와 싸우게 됩니다.
Bosses. Okay. I mean, that's pretty decent, I would say. Yeah, I don't know. Age of Camelot did it back in the day. You had crafters that supported your keeps and made gear for people that went out and defended, did combat, etc. Yeah, like I like the aesthetic of a person who's like maybe not very good at combat could still like have a role in a very serious good guild because they're a min-maxer with crafting or something like that. Like I like the idea of that. It's a great aesthetic for like creating a more realistic world.
여기에 더해 여러분의 모험과 도전이 끊기지 않고
Crafting
이어지도록
slaves? Yes.
많은 계획을 준비 중입니다. 언제나 TL을 플레이할 때
Yeah, like I mean, I'll say this. This one doesn't really look that good. Like it just looks like it's kind of unfinished. The textures, but like the outdoor textures, like this looks incredible. Like this is great. I mean, yeah, this is definitely, this passes the vibe check. Is it very? It's not like amazing in a way, right? I mean, it doesn't have like a really good like style to it, but it's good. It definitely passes the vibe check.
TL을 플레이할 때 새로운 경험을 전해드릴 수 있도록 앞으로도
I'm afraid of Amazon and microtransactions. You should be more afraid of the fact that it's made by NCSoft. Like NCSoft is the one making this game. Like Amazon probably will pull some of this stuff back, like they did with Lost Ark.
또 계속해서 아이디어들을 추가해 나갈 예정입니다.
여기까지 우리 게임에 대해 설명드렸습니다. 지금 말씀드린 것들이 우리가 말하고 싶었던 TL에 대한 이야기라면 이제부터는 여러분들이 궁금해하셨던 TL에 대한 이야기를 나눠보려 합니다.
What, do you change class?
그동안 TL의 준비 과정에서 많은 분들이 전해오신 궁금증들과 공업 내 의견 게시판을 통해 들려주신 조언들에 대해 자세히 답해드리는 시간을 준비했습니다.
Okay, comments.
더 빨리 이런 자리를 마련했어야 했지만 정확한 답변과 시기를 조율하다 보니 여러분을 기다리게 만들어드렸습니다. 오래도록 저희의 이야기를 기다려주신 분들께 감사와 사과의 말씀 먼저 전합니다.
I don't give a fuck about how long the game takes. I'm gonna be honest. I don't care. If the game takes 3 years to come out, then that's fine. I will play something else until it's ready. I don't give a shit.
그럼 먼저 여러분이 가장 궁금해하실 첫 번째 질문.
Wow. All right. Okay. I respect it. This is a +1 to respect, I would say. Immediately addressing the elephant in the room. Or sorry, the whale in the room.
가장 궁금해하셨던 질문입니다. 오늘
So
이
you respect to accountant. Today we address this
에서
monetization model.
TL의 전체적인 BM 구성에 대해 말씀드리겠습니다. TL의 BM은 크게 네 가지입니다. 먼저 패스형 상품입니다. 캐릭터 성장에 따라 보상이 지급되는 성장 패스.
Okay.
4주 단위의 특별 미션을 클리어하는 배틀 패스.
So it's like a monthly
이
battle
두
pass?
가지가 TL의 패스 모델입니다. 패스 상품을 구입하지
You
않아도
receive a free pass as a base reward.
기본 보상인 무료 패스가
Base reward for
제공되지만
what?
유료 구매를 할 경우 추가 보상을 얻게 되는 방식입니다.
Okay.
패스 상품의 구성은
Largely consists of
크게
cosmetics.
꾸미기 목적의
Largely,
코스
okay, so they're not all cosmetic. So I am okay if you have a battle pass system if the game is being continuously developed because it functions as if it is a subscription to the game. I'm talking like a World of Warcraft subscription, a Final Fantasy subscription, the Lost Ark Crystalline Aura. I think OSRS has some form of that. If you want a continuously developed game, you should expect to have to chip in regularly for that to happen. Now that's just all there is to it. If you don't want a continuously developed game, then no, like I don't know, Elden Ring. But if you want something that's continuously developed, you need to have it. You need to give them money, right? So and I think as long as it's something that is uncapped, or sorry, is capped. The problem is like, so let me actually just let them finish.
추출과
I don't find this to be
성장에
problematic
도움이
yet.
되는 재료들로 이루어집니다. 성장 재료의 경우 성장 과정에서
only
찾아오는
supplement deficiencies.
결핍을 보조하는 수단일 뿐 극복 불가능한 격차를 발생시키지는 않도록 주의했습니다. TL 배틀 패스만의 특징은 패스 달성 후에도 플레이어의 시간이
This
휘발되지
is interesting. So like even after you finish the battle pass, you get more stuff.
않는다는 점인데요. 패스를 완료하고
With
1일
the
미션을
missions after
초과
the
달성할
missions require
경우
points. Okay.
포인트를 획득하게 되며 이 포인트는 특수한
That can be
추가
exchanged for extra
아이템들과
items. Okay.
교환할 수 있습니다. 즉 플레이하는 만큼 효과를 발휘하는 게 TL식 패스의 핵심이라 할 수 있겠네요.
That's probably a good idea because most battle passes, after people finish them, they probably quit.
두 번째는 스킨 외형
Their skins
상품입니다.
and cosmetics. Okay.
외형 상품은 플레이어가 착용 가능한 의류이며 능력치를 증가시키는 형태는
Do
아닙니다.
not increase stats. Okay.
MMORPG에서 내 캐릭터의 외형이 가지는 중요성은
Yeah, as I said, I wish that they didn't sell cosmetics. Like, I wish you could just like look at somebody and like know if they're good or not. Like, I think this is a thing of the past, but I'm sad about it because back in the day it was like really cool and WoW that like, you know, you saw somebody with like certain gear and like you knew exactly where they were from and everything. But I just think this is just, it's unfortunately gaming in 2023, right?
누구보다 잘 아는 만큼 여러분의 개성을 마음껏 표현할 수 있도록 준비했습니다. 그 노력의 일환이 바로 커스텀 기능인데요.
Okay.
하나의 복장을 구매해도 여러 가지 스타일 변주를 줄 수 있는 기능입니다. 복장의 컬러와 질감을 변경하거나
Okay.
특정한 무늬를 삽입할 수 있으며 하나의 옷도 각각의 부위를 따로 커스텀할 수 있어
That's cool.
같은 옷도 착용자에 따라 전혀 다른 느낌을 표현할 수 있습니다. 리폼하듯 코스튬을 사서 커스터마이징하는 모습이 TL만의 독특한 문화가 되길 바라고 있습니다. 세 번째는 거래소입니다.
The marketplace? What's this?
MMORPG의 특징 중 하나가 바로 자생하는 경제일 겁니다. 저희는 우리 게임의 경제가 플레이어 간의 생산과 교환에 의해 활성화되길 바랍니다. 유저 간의 교환은 거래소를 통해서 이루어지며 거래소의 화폐는 유료 화폐 루센트입니다. 거래소가 활발하게
Oh,
돌아가야
that's
유저
so dumb. So like, so they have fions in the game. So you have to buy things on the auction house with fions. What the fuck? Oh my god, bro. Like, oh, not fions, actual cash shop currency. If they have just like a cash shop currency, I don't really care about that. But if they're gonna have fions in the game, then what'd you expect? It's a Korean game? I don't care. It's straight to... Not fions, it's words. It's straight to cash. Wait, what?
유료 화폐 유저 간의 교환은 거래소를 통해서 이루어지며 거래소의 화폐는 유료 화폐 루센트입니다. 거래소가 활발하게 돌아가야 유저들의 플레이가 더 즐겁고 보람찰 것이라는 걸 잘 알고 있습니다. 거래의 수요와 공급이 끊이지 않고 발생하도록 콘텐츠의 밸런스를 조정하는 데 노력하겠습니다. 마지막은 야성 변신체 같은 단품.
So, basically you can buy currency, premium currency, and then buy things off of the auction house. So that's even worse than fiats. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding this. It's just complete pay to, yeah, it's totally pay to win, right? I mean, like, yeah, you can just buy gold. It's only premium currency allowed on the marketplace. Any player can farm the premium currency. It doesn't matter. Can you buy it? Because if you can buy it, then who gives a shit? You can't buy everything on the auction house? Yeah, but how much can you buy? Marketplace items are very limited.
상품들인데요. 이 부분은 다음 질문과 함께 이어서 설명드리는 게 좋겠습니다.
Alright, Amatoys and morphs obtained via loot boxes. Who cares?
베타 테스트 이후부터 줄곧 이어진 질문인데요.
It's
자세한
cosmetic.
설명을
Who gives a
위해선
shit?
언급된 두 시스템이 무엇인지 간략하게 설명을 드려야 할 것 같습니다. 두 가지 모두 플레이를 위해 제공되는 기본 시스템들로 아미토이는 자일과 루팅을 전담하는 조력자
Undead
롤이고
is self-killing looting.
야성
events. These
변신은
are
TL식으로 해석한 탈것의 변형입니다. 결론부터 말씀드리면
Conclusion.
아미토이와 야성 변신 모두 확정형 상품입니다.
Oh, so you just buy them outright.
스킨처럼
Okay, that's
외형적
good.
가치에 비중을 둔 상품들이기 때문에 인게임에서
So no
습득 가능한
difference in
비판매용과 판매용 간 성능 차이는 없습니다.
Okay, so they're totally cosmetic. That's good.
아미토이와 야성 변신을 수집할 경우 개체가 많을수록 혜택이 늘어나는 수집
수집
콘텐츠도
collection?
존재합니다. 바로 아미토이의 탁본집과 야성 변신의 수집 레벨인데요. 방법은 각자 상이하지만
Just like achievements for
이
getting more
게임에서
mounts.
습득한 개체들만으로 달성 가능한 것이 공통적인 특징입니다.
Okay.
여러분이 가장 귀여워하는 인형과 가장 멋있다고 여기는 야성의 모습으로 TL의 월드를 여행하시길 바랍니다.
Was the Western market the reason for the changes? They're going to say no, right? Because this is for Koreans, and Koreans don't want to hear that Westerners are making them make changes to their game. Yeah, they're going to say no.
게임의 변화에 직접적인 영향을 끼친 건 베타 테스트에 참여하셨던 테스터분들의 의견이었습니다.
Which, by the way, like, being pay to win, like, I play Lost Ark, it's pay to win as fuck. I play Honkai Star Rail, it's pay to win as fuck. I play World of Warcraft, it's pay to win as fuck. It's probably another one I play too, that's also pay to win. So, I mean, it's not that I wouldn't play the game because it's pay to win. The reason why people were unhappy about the game had nothing to do with pay to win. The game was bad. And this is what I think like a lot of people don't seem to understand, is that people's complaints with games like this are completely centered around the quality of the game, and the pay to win problem is like a secondary issue. Like in BDO, you can pay to win. Is that why people don't like the game? Not really, no. Star Rail was not pay to win. There's no win. You're competing with anyone, though. If you spend money in a game and you get an advantage because you're spending money, it's pay to win. Like, it's that simple. There's no fine
진심으로
print.
우리 게임을 플레이하셨던 분들의 의견에 큰 울림이 있었고 지금의 결정까지 오게 됐습니다.
Advantage against who? Advantage against yourself whenever you didn't pay the money. Don't you ever think out conversations before you ask questions that are so obviously easily answered? Think out what somebody's going to say before you just ask a dumb question. Players in North America are also looking forward to our game. Yep.
북미 플레이어들 역시 우리 게임을 기대하시는 분들이고 당연하게
Listening to their
그분들의 의견도
feedback as
경청하고
well.
있습니다. 하지만
So
북미
it's certain
진출만을 위해
decisions
자동
with
사냥을
auto hunting.
제거했다는 이야기는 확실하게 아니라고 말씀드릴 수 있습니다.
Well, no, it wasn't because no, he's right. It had nothing to do with the North American realm. Everybody in Korea said this game was garbage. And NCSoft, which is a South Korean company, their stock went down by like $10 or something, or 10%. I forgot which one it was. It was by like a massive fucking amount, man.
개선 과정의 순서를 정확하게 말씀드리면 한국에서 자동 사냥을 제거하기로 결정했고 북미에도 동일하게 적용했습니다.
Yeah, of course they're going to say that. I think that they expedited the experience by a lot. I'm so fucking tired of people bringing nuance into pay-to-win mechanics like we need a fucking gradient. Any premium currency implemented like this, even if it's farmable, is bad. Pay to win doesn't bother me because I don't have the time to keep up with people in a not pay to win game anyway. I lose either way. Well, that's a great mindset. So this is the pay to win that I think is problematic, okay? And I've made this graph, this thing before. Buy more, get more. This is where it's problematic. This pay to win is, in my opinion, completely fine. And in my opinion, also, it's necessary. Because if you don't have a way for people to buy a battle pass or buy a subscription and get money, you can't monetize your game at all. So you have to have this. This is the pay to win that's bad. And this is bad because a person who spends, like, let me just kind of make it simple from like a, just a logical perspective. If you spend $15 in World of Warcraft Classic and somebody else spends $15 in World of Warcraft Classic, you are on the same even playing field, right? Assuming nobody's buying gold or anything like that. You're on the same even playing field. Everybody's playing on the same level. But here's the difference. It becomes problematic when the person who spends $15 is weaker than the person who spends $50. And the person who spends $50 is weaker than the person who spends $150. And the guy that's spending $150 is weaker than the guy that spends $1,000. And it just goes on and on up to like a scale of like, I don't know, $10,000, $20,000, right? That is what pay to win is. That is bad pay to win. That is where I draw the line, where like I will never value the integrity of a game that has that. Like, I literally do not give a shit about games that have that, because you can just spend more money and you can just win more. It's that simple. Does Honkai have that?
Yeah.
Functionally, yes. For like 99.9% of people, yes, it does. Everything, like, and you can easily say, well, everything has a limit. You can only spend $400,000. So, you basically... No, there's not really a limit, okay? I would say like $1,000. Like, how about this as a benchmark? If a person spends $1,000, do they have a disadvantage against a person who spends $2,000? Very simple. If that is true, the game has bad pay to win. It's that simple. Now, if you have to spend $50... or something like that of a battle pass over like a year or something, like you buy 3 battle passes, that's not a big deal because they need to make money to maintain the game. But what's bad is whenever you can just keep spending more money and keep getting more powerful. Uncapped pay to win is the problem. Having subscription services and minor things that you can buy, especially in a free-to-play game, I think is totally fair. How do you guys feel about that? Are you guys on the same page with me on this, or what? Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm glad you guys see where I'm coming from. People defending shitty business ethics and pay to win because without these pay to win elements, they would be garbage at games. Do you agree with this statement? No. Honkai and Genshin have pay to win that makes you pretty much infinitely more powerful, but the challenge is easily beatable with no investments and needs no investments to surpass. You can buy an advantage. Why are you making it more complicated? It's that simple. You can spend, like, let me let you guys know something. My Jing Liu in Honkai Star Rail, do you know what her critical strike damage is? 268%. I wonder how that happened. That's a lot. Yeah, that's bullshit. So, it is what it is, because I spent money on the game, and it made the game easier. That's it. 30 crit rate? Well, yeah, of course. Of course it's only 30% crit rate. Yeah. And that's bad. That's bad pay to win. That's the point, right? That's stupid. It shouldn't happen. It should not exist.
자동 사냥 제거 이후 저희의 대처는 크게 2가지입니다. 먼저 성장에 필요한 시간을 대폭 단축시켰습니다. 일전에 만렙까지의 성장 시간이 10분의 1로 단축되었다고 말씀드렸는데
Previously told you, so leveling got massively nerfed, basically. Massively fucking nerfed.
자동 사냥이 차지하던 비중을 삭제한 결과입니다.
Auto hunting used to take up. There it
직접
is.
컨트롤을 해야 하는 컨텐츠만 남겨두고
And this is good because this is the, in my opinion, there is like the auto, it's like the autoplay paradox. If you need autoplay in the game, why is the content there to begin with? You see kind of what I'm saying? Like, why have content that you need autoplay for it in the first place? Why not just take out the autoplay, take out the boring content that people just bought, and just have the game exist without that entirely?
만으로도 만렙에 도달할 수 있게 조정했습니다. 레벨 성장에 걸리는 시간이 결코 부담스럽지 않기 때문에 하루에 한두 시간 정도 플레이하시는 분들도 한 달이면 만렙에 도달할 수 있는
45 to 60 hours.
두 번째는 컨텐츠의 재배열입니다. 후반부에 배치했던 아껴두었던 컨텐츠들을 초반부로 옮기는 작업을 진행하고 있습니다. 아시다시피 TL은 오랜 기간 개발해온 게임이기 때문에 준비했던 컨텐츠들이 상당히
This guy's lying? Wait, you think he's lying? Why is he lying? Wait, why you say he's lying? Did you play it? You just look at him, you know he's lying? I mean, need I say more, right? There it is. Update the tech alpha, autoplay was removed, but you still do the same thing manually and it's a slog of gameplay. Great insight. Thanks a lot for that. Yeah, good to know. Very good to know. I believe you.
많았는데요.
Sure you did? No, I know I do believe him. I'm not being...
많이 단축할 수 있었습니다.
I'm not being
자동
sarcastic.
사냥 삭제 이후 더 빠른 성장, 더 다양한 경험으로 성장 구간 컨셉의 변화가 있었습니다. 비접속 상태에서 게임에 관여하지 못하지만 그 이상으로 긴 시간 동안 풍성한 재미를 느끼실 수 있을 겁니다.
How are you able to change combat style in such a short period of time?
초기 개발 단계에서 전투는 개인의 액션에 초점이 맞춰진 자유로운 움직임이 가능한 화려한 전투였습니다. 하지만 그 전투는 많은 플레이어들이 모여서 플레이할 때 전략적인 그림을 만들어내기가 너무 어려웠습니다. 스포츠에서 한 팀으로 플레이할 수 없고 각자 개인 플레이만 하게 되는 그런 상황이라고 할까요? 그래서 방향성을 크게 전환해서 제약을 가하더라도 진영을 확실하게 구축할 수 있고 전략이 돋보이는 전투로 바꾸었습니다.
Okay.
그게 지난 베타 테스트에서 플레이하신 버전이었고
I love that. That's the version that was available from our last beta test, and we all know how that turned out. Yeah, it was fucking garbage.
결과는 다들 아시는 대로입니다.
I don't know why developers keep making these same stupid mistakes where they focus on trying to make things more strategic and tactical and realistic while making the game worse. It's always a bad decision. New World did the same thing. Just stop doing this.
지금은 그 두 가지 극단의 좀 중간점에 있습니다. 일반적인 경우였다면 테스트가 끝나고 전투의 방향을 갑자기 선회하는 게 불가능했겠지만
hold up. Normally we were not able to do it. Normally it would have been impossible to change our combat system right after testing. However, we were able to make fast changes due to underlying systems in place. Here, let me rephrase this. However, they were able to make fast changes due to the fact their stock went down massively. I guarantee you that this could have happened in any other game if the stock had gone down that much. They would have done it immediately.
기반에 있는 시스템들이 있었기에 빠른 변화가 가능했습니다.
They couldn't do it, but they did it, yeah. Many types of raids, any difference between them?
TL의 레이드는 PVPVE와 PVE로 나눌 수 있습니다. PVPVE는 오픈필드에서 벌어지는 대다수의 레이드가 포함됩니다.
Okay.
플레이어 다수가 함께해야만 공략이 가능한 보스와의 전투는 물론이고 플레이어 간 견제도 신경 써야 하는 복합적인 전투를 경험할 수 있습니다. 각 지역의 상징과도 같은 필드보스 레이드와 서버 단위의 플레이어가 모여야 하는 세계관 최강의 생물 아크보스가 여기에 해당합니다. 반면에 PV 레이드는 서로 간의 견제 없이 보스에만 집중할 수 있습니다.
Well, those are, I
대표-
guess those must be the instances. Yeah, the guild raids are the instanced ones.
적으로
Yeah, my Fortune 500 company told everyone we couldn't work from home for years because we couldn't support it. COVID hit, and everyone was working from home within a week. Yeah, keep in mind that every single thing that people say isn't possible is probably possible. It's always somehow possible.
레이드가 여기에 해당합니다.
So classic
전투의
WoW,
변수
yeah.
요인이 줄어들고 보상물 습득에 대한 경쟁이 없어진 만큼 보스의 난이도는 조금 더 높은 것이
Watch out.
특징입니다.
Yeah, the guild raid bosses are on
필드
their floor.
레이드와 길드 레이드 간 드랍되는 보상은 위상 차이가
Oh, really?
없습니다.
Wow.
한 가지 차이가 있다면 길드 레이드에서 드랍되는 보상은 거래소에 판매할 수 없고 유저에게 귀속되는 방식입니다.
Oh, that's actually really big. So, wait, does this mean you can buy gold from the store and then buy items that are rapier from field bosses? Because that's what it means, right? How does it not mean that? Holy shit, guys. Hopefully I get sponsored to play this game. That way I can actually have fun. I'll just use the money and pay for all the good gear.
다양한 레이드의 구성은 필드에서 우위인 강대 길드가 좋은 보상을
Dominant guilds for monopolies and list rewards. Okay.
독식하는 걸 견제하고 상대적으로 약세인 길드도 안정적으로 성장할 수 있는 루트를 확보하게 합니다. TL에서 레이드는 대규모 콘텐츠의 중요한 한 축입니다. 그만큼 계속해서 보강해 나갈 예정이며 정말 재미있는 보스전을 기대하셔도 좋습니다.
Okay. Who is the target audience? People with money. People with money that like buying gear on an auction house.
제가 생각한 우리 게임의 타겟층은
There's a beautiful symbiotic relationship that exists between rice eaters and whales. That's basically what he's going to say. Yes, rice eaters and whales. The rice eaters farm for the whales eat the rice eaters, and then the rice eaters carry the whales. And they kill the mobs for the whales, and then the whales buy the gear.
PC
Racist?
MMORPG를
Oh, of course it's racist. I'm a huge racist. Everybody knows that.
좋아하는 분들입니다. 광장에서 채팅하면 오는 거 좋아하고 채집이나 제작해서 파는 거 좋아하고 새해 길드끼리 모여서 게임 속에서 해돋이 보고 모험을 좋아하고 같이 사냥하는 거 좋아하는 그런 분들이에요. PC MMORPG를 좋아하시는 분들이라면 분명 TL의 재미를 진하게 느끼실 거라 생각합니다.
I'm a fan of PC MMORPGs. Yeah,
혹시
whatever.
MMORPG의 재미를 모르셨던 분들이라도 TL을 통해 알게 되면 더 좋겠고요.
Okay. Not just on targeted combat, because people that play MMOs are old, slow, and stupid. And if you don't have targeted combat, they can't keep up. Simple answer there. I mean,
액션보다는
I-
전략이 지배하는
Strategy
게임을
by action. Yeah,
만들고 싶었기
exactly.
때문입니다. 저희는 빠르고 정확한 손동작보다는 우선 상황 판단과 선택이 중요하게 원했습니다. 단순하게 타겟팅이라고 해서 전투가 지루하다고 여기지는
I
않습니다.
don't believe targeted combat in a
보다
combat
역동적인
boring.
전투를
Yeah, I
거듭나기
agree with that.
위해서 지금도 여러 가지 시도들을 하고 있습니다. 기동성을 살릴 수 있는 다양한 이동 기술들, 전략적인 선택을 가능하게
Yeah,
하는
that's
상태
cool.
이상들,
That's like BDO.
전투의 양상을 뒤집을 수 있는 방어 기술들, 그리고 선택지를 늘리는 무기 조합까지 기대 이상의 재밌는 전투를 보여드리겠습니다.
Will the UI be improved? Yeah, the UI kind of sucks. They probably will improve the UI.
네, 쉬어가는 질문이네요.
Yeah.
모바일스럽다 지적받은 부분들은 전부 제거하고 있습니다.
Bro, I'm actually like, I have to respect like that the fact that they just address shit directly. We're working on removing all elements that were criticized as being too mobile-like. Yeah, there it is.
전반적인 게임성의 변화뿐만 아니라 UI도 PC 콘솔 플랫폼다운 게임으로 바꾸고 있습니다.
Why is it releasing on PC?
저희가 만들고 싶었던 세계는 살아 숨쉬는 듯 역동적인 변화가 있는 월드였습니다. 그것을 실현하기 위해서는 높은 난이도의 기술적 구현과 많은 컨텐츠 분량을 소화할 수 있는 플랫폼이 필요했습니다. 자연스럽게 답은 모바일이 아닌 PC로 귀결되었습니다. 모바일의 보편성에 기대어 더 큰 흥행을 노릴 수 있다는 건 알았지만
Yeah,
원하는
true.
퀄러티를
Mobile
위해
gaming is big.
양보하지 말자는 마음이 개발진 모두에 부담되었습니다. 물론 편의적인 부분에서 모바일을 활용하려는 계획이 있었지만 아시는 바와 같이 베타 테스트 이후 모두 폐지했습니다.
Yeah, I'm okay with like a mobile app to like use an auction house or to like interface with like guild chat or something like that. I think that's totally fine. Like WoW had that for a long time and it was okay. I'd be lying if bro, like this is too real. I'd be lying if I said that auto hunting wasn't a consideration for mobile devices. Yeah, there it is.
농사냥 역시
I bet.
모바일과의 연계를 고려하지 않았다고 하면 거짓말겠죠.
This guy, yeah.
하지만 이 선택이 근본적인 게임성까지 영향을 주게 되었고 지금은 초심으로 돌아가서 다시 바로잡고 있습니다. 지난 테스트가 유저분들이 원하는 PC MMORPG라는 것이 어떤 것인지 다시 깊게 고민하게 되었습니다.
Like, I don't know, it's like weird because like some of their answers, it seems like they're so authentic and like there's like a lot of integrity behind them. And then other answers are just like total bullshit, right? Where like you can buy gear from field bosses with a premium currency on the marketplace. Like what the fuck? So you can just buy gear? The fuck is this? Yeah, what is this? It's just like, why? Like, the game made for you, bro. The thing is, it's not fun to buy the gear. It's fun to manipulate and exploit the game and get the gear unfairly. Like, I don't like cheating, I like exploiting. Okay? I hate cheaters. It's about doing something that you're not supposed to do, that's not necessarily against the rules, and getting away with it. That's the fun thing. I'll give you an example. My character is level 200 and something in Starfield. I didn't farm those levels out by killing mobs. I exploited, but I didn't cheat. I didn't use any console commands. Yes, white-collar crime only, exactly. Yeah, we don't want to have any serious, felonies. All we're doing is we're just doing a little bit of tax fraud, just a little bit, maybe just a bit of embezzlement, like maybe just cheating, maybe just exploit the system just a tiny bit, misrepresent things just a bit, right? But that's it. It's not really cheating, it's more just exploiting. But was it illegal? No, because I didn't get banned. I love exploiting, I hate cheating.
대규모 업데이트는 연 3회를 목표로 준비 중입니다. 오늘은 런칭 이후 계획 중인 두 번의 대형 업데이트에 대해 먼저 말씀드리겠습니다. 첫 번째 업데이트는 새로운 지역인 톨랜드입니다.
Looks nice.
톨랜드는 산악지대로 고저차가 심한 재밌는 지형을 가지고 있습니다. 평야지대가 많았던 런칭 시점의 두 개 지역과 달리 지형의 높낮이를 활용한 새로운 전투와
I read that there were power companies that tried to pay senators to say that we shouldn't build windmills to generate electricity because they'll kill birds and it'll affect the ecosystem. I don't know if this is really true or not, but knowing, I feel like it probably is true. Yeah, I feel like that's probably true, right?
이동 방식을 경험하게 되실 겁니다. TL이 자신하는 바는 환경의 특징을 살린 상호작용입니다. 다양성 있는 지역 디자인 그리고 기믹을 이용해 플레이를 다채롭게 발전시켜 나가겠습니다. 업데이트 시기는 런칭 컨텐츠 소비에 따라 조절할 생각이고 저희 계산대로라면 빠르면 3개월에서 4개월쯤이 될 것 같습니다. 두 번째 업데이트는 드라코 지역 업데이트입니다. 드라코는 용족이란 특별한 종족이 등장할 뿐 아니라 여러 서버들이 지역을 공유한다는 특성을 가지고 있습니다. 최대 12개의 서버들이 영지를 차지하기 위해 다투게 될 텐데요. 길드의 상위 단계인 길드 연합체 간의 전쟁을 드라코에서부터 경험하시게 될 겁니다. 큼지막한 컨텐츠들 위주로 소개드렸지만 지역이 오픈될 때마다 새로운 보스와 지역 이벤트, 전용 오브젝트들 만나실 수 있고 그 외에
Top of that,
무기의
like,
추가와
weapons
생활
and-
콘텐츠 보강도 준비
Yeah,
중에
new
있습니다.
weapons are important. That way you can have more ways for the whales to buy new weapons. Very important.
여러분의 플레이가 고이지 않고 계속 흘러갈 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
Whale Wars, yeah. When will it be released? Okay, let's see it.
지금 시점에서 가장
Most
중요한
important question of
말씀이겠네요.
all. Okay.
스론 앤 리버티는
December
12월
7th.
7일 런칭합니다.
Isn't that whenever
오늘부터
Pearl
사전
Harbor
예약이
happened?
시작됩니다. 많은 참여를 부탁드립니다. 다가오는 지스타에서는 주요 컨텐츠를 보여드릴 수 있는 무대를 준비
Do you
중입니다.
think people would have live reacted and watched Pearl Harbor happening if it happened today and like Twitch streamers were able to live react to it? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Hassan would have? No, he didn't. No? Bro, didn't you see the interview? He doesn't react to breaking news.
Maya Echo Victor Echo.
Guys, he doesn't do that.
Welcomes you to a live
What's wrong with you, bro? Like you're gonna make that shit up about him? He literally said he doesn't do that. Plan to showcase our core content, and this is also, by the way, this is for fucking just Korea, right? It's not for America.
현장에서 게임의 완성도와
Yeah, yeah.
박진감을
It's just Korean.
느끼게
Okay, yeah,
되실
it's
겁니다.
whatever.
물론 게임이 런칭됐다고 다 끝은 아닙니다. 게임 내적으로는 더
Going
훌륭한
on to
게임이
make the
되기
game
위해
even better. Yeah, of
개발에
course.
매진할 것이고 게임 외적으로도 풀어가야 할 과정들이 있다는 걸 잘 알고 있습니다.
Okay.
회피하지 않고 숨김없이 여러분과 함께
I
헤쳐나가겠습니다.
think they've done a pretty good job about being very transparent about the game. Like, regardless of whether you agree with the answers or not, I think they've been extremely transparent about what is and is not in the game. Like, and I'll definitely give them, like, credit for that. Absolutely.
지금처럼 여러분의 의견을 함께 나누는 시간도 더 늘려가겠습니다. 조금 더 연습해서 카메라에 익숙해지면 라이브도 도전해 보겠습니다. 조금만 기다려 주십시오.
Yeah, he's not ready to do a
긴
live
시간 시청해 주셔서
broadcast.
감사합니다.
Yeah, he probably saw, he's like, oh man, I saw that thing with those Lost Ark guys. Like, oh, fuck that. Like, I don't want to do that.
그럼 게임으로 만나 뵙겠습니다.
All right.
3,000 meters from
I think that was
touchdown.
relatively fair. Sure. Oh shit, this is the new trailer. All right, let's see it. Emergency meeting with 3 bozos, yeah.
Landing gear deployed.
Uh-oh. I love how I just say the word Hassan, everybody puts in their opinion about him. Like somebody asked. Okay. It's a magic word, yeah. What? This is cool. This is actually pretty good. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, this is cool. Oh, that's the thing we saw earlier.
On deck, notifying ground crew. Welcome to our port.
That's really cool. Not cool, not gameplay? Oh, it's definitely not gameplay, but I don't really give a shit about that. It's still cool. Yeah, the trailer is still cool. Nice. That was decent enough. I mean, yeah, it took quite a while to get through everything. But yeah, I would say most of the answers and everything were pretty transparent. I'll be honest though, like with this stuff, talking about monetization and everything, I mean, let's be real. Like, I feel like the only part about this that made me really uneasy was the fact that they had premium currency that you could use on the marketplace. Being able to have a battle pass, who gives a shit about that? I don't care about that at all. But being able to have like premium currency that you can buy things and like things that are like very meaningful, like I do. Well, if you care about a battle pass, then you're being unreasonable and you don't deserve to be accommodated because you're just being stupid. Like, I get that you might not like something, but not every opinion is created equal. It's just a stupid opinion. Anyway, the point is that that's the thing that I don't like, is being able to buy stuff on the marketplace with real money. I'll give you guys the link to the video there. Everything else seemed pretty good. I'll be honest. But it's like, if people can just buy gear, then I think that kind of just like messes everything else up. No, just because you like something doesn't mean mine's stupid. Subs are the only fair monetization. Battle passes suck ass. Subs are the only fair monetization. Battle passes suck ass. Let me ask you something. What do you think the difference is between the two? What's the difference? Battle passes are on top of mandatory subs. This game doesn't have a mandatory sub. So what do you think about battle passes in this game? Maybe he's got a good point. Maybe he'll have a good point. Surely he'll have a good point, guys. If it doesn't have a sub, then it's fine. Oh, okay. So then battle passes are fine. Okay. Yeah, alright. I think best thing in games besides battle passes, you only buy cosmetics. You want in-game gold, you just sell the cosmetics for gold. Anytime that you can buy and sell gold. So, a game, battle passes are primarily FOMO. Enforcing players to do content with a timer in mind. Subs do not. Why do you make an argument that doesn't make sense? Why do you say something without even thinking about what the person is going to say after you say what you say? Okay, so there's seasons in World of Warcraft. If you don't sub during those seasons, don't those seasons have FOMO that you play? And if you don't play during those seasons, you don't get those items? So effectively, the season's FOMO that exists in the game organically functions as the same as a reward for a battle pass. The same as the trading post. The trading post literally is a battle pass. Like, please, if you're going to make an argument, think at least one step ahead. Just one step. That's all I'm asking. Then make such a transparently stupid argument. In an MMO, yes. Well, yeah, of course it is. So, okay, so then you agree with me. Well, I'm not talking about every single game. Why would I talk about every game? We're not talking about every game. We're talking about this game. Not every MMO has seasons, though. Many MMOs have seasonal events. I would almost say most MMOs have seasonal events. New World has seasonal events. World of Warcraft Classic has seasonal events. Final Fantasy XIV has seasonal events. There's one going on right now with Fall Guys. RuneScape has seasonal events. Lost Ark has seasonal events. You just... Jesus. People just don't even think whenever they say things, huh? I'll link you guys the video. It's from Throne Liberty official channel. Some people, they really don't. They don't even think at all, man. It's sad. But yeah, this looks the buying stuff on the store, like, so like my excitement for this game was like, let's say an 8.5. Hearing that you can buy gear on the store, it goes to a 6. Yeah, it's like a 6. That's what I would say. Battle Pass is based around FOMO. A sub-based game doesn't have to be based on FOMO. The Battle Pass, however, does. doesn't have to, a battle pass doesn't have to fundamentally be, you're making arguments that don't make sense. You're creating an imaginary differentiation. Please stop trying to argue this with me if you don't know what you're talking about. Please. People have like this irrational hate for battle passes, and they love subscriptions, even though they function as the same thing in most modern games. A lot of dumb chatters today. Again, the battle pass Andys, anti-battle pass Andys, they're always the smartest gamers out there.
Frameshift drive charging. Ready to engage. 3, 2, 1, engage.
This is the California Nebula. A little over 1,000 light years from the bubble. And until a moment ago, I thought there was no living thing around me for hundreds of light years. It would take most commanders a good amount of time in which space to get here, if they ever managed to leave the bubble at all. Or you could do what I just did, and get here in about 15 minutes. And this, the Anaconda. And let's start by putting our best foot forward. This ship has the largest jump range in the entire Elite universe. It has the 4th largest cargo space for moving things. It's one of the handful of ships in the galaxy with a huge hardpoint, and it comes with more armor than what's allowed by the laws of physics. But most importantly, it can literally do anything you want it to do. Commercially, it's known as the pride of Falcon de Lacy's shipyards, but if you ask anybody else, they'll tell you it's the most overpowered ship in the galaxy. And they're right. This ship only weighs 400 tons, but it comes standard with 950 tons of armor. That's more than both the cutter and the corvette. And those ships are locked behind ranks. Because it's only 400 tons, it's also the lightest ship of its class, and some of the class below it. It's lighter than the Federal gunship, dropship, and assault ship. And all those ships have less armor, less hardpoints, less jump range, less slots to equip things, and quite frankly, they're just not as cool. It only has one class 4 hardpoint, sure, but that's like complaining you only have 1 foot long. It's only a problem if you're not using it right. And that's the thing, it's hard to do anything wrong in this ship. It is endlessly forgiving. Were you too busy watching TV when you jumped into the system? No worries, says the Anaconda. You won't explode into a fireball with me. And that's because it runs cooler than you'd expect a ship of this size to run. Did you get interrupted by a group of looters while you yourself were busy looting? It's fine, says the Anaconda. Don't worry about them. Let's pick up the rest of those Imperial slaves before we leave. But more than anything, the Anaconda is a staple of any commander who seriously travels outside the bubble. Meaning, if you want to see what the distant reaches of this galaxy have to offer, you are really going to want this ship. But the Anaconda is about more than skimming the stars.
Flight assist off.
Some people might call me a cheat for having turrets on my ship, but that's alright. Those people are dead now. Did I mention the ship has the highest DPS in the galaxy? Well, potential DPS anyway. There's a reason I put turrets on my ship. Because the Anaconda turns like a beached whale. Even with grade 5 dirty tune thrusters, she moves like one of those dancing hippos in Fantasia. And that makes sense if you think about it. The Anaconda is an absolutely massive ship. Its rear wings alone are longer than an Asp Explorer. Taking it out of dock for the first time gives you a real sense of what it would be like to try and park a football stadium. Because that's exactly how big it is. Not that you'd know it, as your legs have been surgically grafted to the chair, but at 155 meters long, the Anaconda is bigger than an actual football field. It's bigger than a soccer field too, but I don't think anybody knows what that is anymore in the year 3305. It does bother me that I'm casually flying around in something that's bigger than the Pyramid of Giza, and most of the time I would have no way of knowing that. I don't seem to need anybody else on board to fly this thing, and I can't walk around it to check on my cargo, or see if the limpets get lonely. The only proof I have is the hood ornament at the nose of the ship, and that's a waste. It's especially painful when you consider the price. It's almost 147 million credits. That's a lot. That's 3 weeks at top rank of power play money. That's a Type 7 full of low temperature diamonds amount of money. It's ironic then that the easiest way to make that kind of money is with an Anaconda. And with a little help from that Type 7 I mentioned before, you can make back that buy-in cost in about an hour. If you do it right. But that's not really true either. Because the stock E-rated Anaconda was only ever meant to haul bio-waste from system to system. To get the loadout you'll need for top-level piracy, you'll have to spend a bit more. A top-rated shield to take fire while you plunder some poor NPC's cargo will set you back 45 million. A power plant to run everything is another 102 million. Thrusters, a power disruptor, limpet controllers, interdictor, shield boosters, cargo racks, and some guns. And you're looking at spending another 230 million credits. At least. And we haven't even talked about engineering. So then, at the end of the day, is it worth it? Is the price tag for this enormous, slow-turning space whale worth it? Well, most people will tell you it depends on what you're doing. If you like exploring, then get a Phantom or an Asp. If you like combat, then pick up a Vulture. If you're into mining, then go become a king and get a Cutter. But the Anaconda is different because the answer to all those questions is an emphatic yes. Because it can do all those things. There's a reason you see system police and pirates, rescue ships, and traders flying the Anaconda. It's just that good. This really is then a magnificent machine. So many commanders make the Anaconda their goalpost. That's the ship that'll make it all worthwhile. Once I can afford that ship, everything will be different. And so when they finally get this slow, lumbering garbage hauler out of the mail slot for the first time, they're disappointed. They don't realize they've bought the most overpowered ship in the galaxy. They don't realize they've bought the foundations of an empire. The rock upon to build their church. I hate it. I mean, alright, just roll it. Look at this thing. I'm gonna be blunt. I don't hate this ship. It's actually much, much worse. I don't care about it at all. And chances are, neither do you. This is the Federal dropship, the prototype space brick. And before we get into any of this, let's start off with the good. The cockpit in this thing actually looks pretty decent. I'm generally not a fan of exposed canopies on combat ships, but the dropship does make it look good. It's a nice center-lined layout for the captain's seat, and there's drinks available at a moment's notice. It really does look like this is the cockpit of an actual multi-purpose ship. And despite the fact that it looks like a shipping container with wings, Core Dynamics has, probably unintentionally, created what can be the most hull-tanked medium ship ever. For whatever that's worth. And these sound like good things. You might think that there's plenty of reasons to want a hull-tanked ship, and who doesn't want a nice cockpit? But there's just a small problem here. None of these things matter. Because there's nothing the dropship can do that some other ship isn't far better at. Because the dropship is fundamentally broken. First, this is not a dropship. A dropship is a craft specifically meant to dock at larger spacecraft and ferry people to the surface of a planet. Most people just use the term shuttle. This is not a shuttlecraft. Second, they use the design of this ship as a template for 2 more dedicated Federation Navy ships. And the next one up from this, the Federal Assault Ship, only costs a few million more than this one. It technically has less firepower than the dropship, but it's also faster, more agile, and better suited for combat. Not that I'd recommend that one either. Because if you're looking for a cheap medium fighter, you should be buying the Chieftain. And the Chieftain won't make you deliver bio-waste for a rank, unlike the other two. What I can't figure out is, why is this ship behind a rank at all? Who out there is demanding proof of my military exploits to deem me worthy of flying this? It's like fighting for special dispensation to get a prostate exam. There might be someone out there who enjoys it, but it's probably not going to be you. And it's not just that it's ugly. It's actively designed badly. You only need to glance up at the gunship to realize that this was a waste of time. There's room enough in here for an additional size 6 internal slot on top of a fighter bay and 2 small hardpoints. How? Where is this space on the dropship? Did they not finish building it? Someone made the argument to me that the dropship was like buying the base model of a car with a smaller engine and without all the bells and whistles on it. But the only reason to ever buy the base model is because you like the way it looks. And there's no child in the Federation with a poster of this ship on their bedroom wall. Still, 4 medium and 1 large hardpoint isn't nothing. It's entirely possible the dropship could surprise me. But not if I was flying it. So I brought in Rui Ribai to see if he could make the dropship into something I can care about. No. And I don't get it. Who is this ship for? What is it for? For some reason, the military rank locked dropship is billed as a multi-purpose craft. But it just isn't. Truth be told, it does have the makings of a decent miner. Both deep core and traditional laser mining modules can be fitted easily. But it has such terrible jump range, it turns the entire process into a grueling event. I would be more than happy to use this ship as an armored passenger transport, or a cargo freighter, but again, the jump range just means I'll be doing that badly too. I'm not even going to try exploring in it. This is very clearly just a half-assed combat ship. And even then, its biggest draw of being the best hull tank is a bit undercut by the fact that its power plant is way too exposed after the shields go down. And armoring the power plant is going to make your own jump range even worse. In fact, you could fix a lot of the problems with the dropship with engineering. But I don't know why you would. Why waste those materials making this ship usable when you can make something else even better? I'd argue it's on Core Dynamics to fix this mess. Finish the work. Put another size 6 internal slot inside, give it a decent FSD, and get rid of the Navy rank. At least that would make sense. A civilian version of the Federal gunship. Because that's what's getting me. Nothing about this ship as it is makes sense. A potentially massive armor rating with an exposed power core, over 160 tons of cargo space, and no jump range. It can't turn, but it still drifts all over the place. And as pretty as that canopy is, it blows quicker than your prom date after jello shots. And all of this is even more frustrating because I legitimately enjoyed the gunship. I know what this ship could have been. I know what it will eventually become. Flying it now is just a reminder that Core Dynamics blew it the first time around and made you grind for the privilege. I'm going to be blunt. My experience with this ship was not what it was supposed to be. Because this ship is so similar to the Chieftain, it's reasonable to assume similarities between the two. But I'm also aware of what most people think of the Challenger. I figured it would be a bit like biting into a chocolate chip cookie and finding out it was oatmeal raisin. Disappointing, and a little resentful about what could have been. But it's not. It's like biting into a cookie and finding out it's actually been a pickle this whole time. It's still an abomination, but now I'm wondering how I got here. Also, I might be hungry. This is the Alliance Challenger. Not a great name for a spaceship. That doesn't bode well. And on paper, the Challenger is a more armored, slightly slower version of the Chieftain. It sacrifices a large hardpoint for two medium ones, which theoretically should give it a higher damage output. And technically, the speed difference between the two ships should be almost negligible. So, what we should have is a better armed and better armored Chieftain. How can this go wrong? Well, I'm not sure. What I expected was that I would get smacked around a bit more than I did when flying the Chieftain. that ultimately I'd be less maneuverable, but I'd be able to dispatch opponents more quickly. So I was a little surprised when that didn't happen. In practice, I was just as agile as I was in the Chieftain. I was nimble, fast. I could dodge anything. I could pull maneuvers that would make a Viper pilot blush. And so this is where the pickle comes in. It's entirely possible that I might be a marginally better combat pilot since I flew the Chieftain. And my time spent flying other ships has made me tolerable. So at this point, I don't know if the ship is better than I thought it would be, or I am. Not that either is that high of a benchmark. Still, it is legitimately surprising how close these two ships are to each other. Which means I'm gonna have to be a bit more rigorous in my testing standards. That's a big ask right out of the gate. But from what I can tell, it took me a little while to squeeze into there, but yeah, looks like you can. Yes. It is shockingly green inside. Really. The inlaid ambient lighting around the cockpit is green, the various readouts around the cabin are green, and even the metal seems to have a hint of green to it. And that wouldn't have been terrible on its own, but it really doesn't mesh well with the standard orange HUD. I should probably make it a point not to transport any color designers or artists. Yes, the Challenger has a pretty generous amount of internal slots, which means you can have enough for an interdictor, a sizable cargo rack, a hatchbreaker limpet controller, and a couple collectors. Though personally, while I could deal without the 3 size 4 military-only compartments, it does force you to fly with a bit of extra protection. And for additional authenticity, rumor has it you can get yourself a parrot to go with your new swashbuckling career. Sadly, no. And that's a big oversight by Lakon here. It's 3305, this should really be a standard option by now. Quite a lot as it turns out. And at first glance, the Challenger might seem like it makes a decent armed trader. But it isn't. Because of the 3 military-only slots, you can only really load cargo racks into the 2 Class 6 slots. Which means you'll be flying without a shield, or an FSD booster to make up for the poor jump range. You can do almost exactly the same thing with an Asp Explorer for a fraction of the cost, and it'll still have better jump range. But more importantly, if you're willing to slog through the ranks, the Imperial Clipper will carry a lot more while still being cheaper than the Challenger. To find out, I've come here, to Jackson's Lighthouse. And we're gonna camp out in the wake of this neutron star to see if we can... Nope. No. See all the chunky bits floating there? Terrible. The thing is, I can't tell you if this is a good ship. As a combat vehicle, it seems competent enough. At times it has difficulty pouring on the damage, but slapping on some engineered modules helped with that. Still, I feel like I was able to dish out more with the Chieftain. Both ships can feel cheap, as if they were built in the backyard shed and rushed out to meet quota. The sloppy paintwork on the Challenger doesn't do much to alleviate that. And at almost twice the price of the Chief, that's not a good look. Even if you have enough credits to buy it without thinking, some part of you will be asking what you're spending your extra credits on. And that answer seems to be a size 6 internal slot you really can't use, and a boost noise that sounds like the blow-off valve of the neighbor kid's 30-year-old Honda. And worse, if price isn't an issue, I can't see a good reason not to go for the Python, or the Crate. And if you wanted to focus on combat, you'd do better to take the FDL out dancing. She's a better dance partner. I can't tell you if this is a good ship because I don't know what it's for. And that might be the problem. I don't think anyone can.
Maintenance task information is
The Challenger is the one missing the maneuvering thrusters in the front. That's how you tell it apart. Hold on, one last thing. I'm giving away these 3 Thargoid paintings I made with the help of my sister over on her channel. If you'd like one, leave a comment down below and I'll choose the winners at random over the next week. As always, even if I forget to say it, thank you for watching, and if you like this episode, please consider subscribing, and if you already have, then thank you again. If you'd like to support the show, you can click the Patreon link here, or visit pilotsfederation.com. Thank you so much, and I'll see you next time.
Attention, all carrier crew. Frameshift drive engaged. Attention, counting down to jump. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Carrier jump successful. Telemetry checks in progress. Attention. Carrier lockdown has ended. All services have resumed.
Yeah, I'm not running shields. But I'm not going to dwell on that. There's much more important things to talk about. Like how damn pretty this ship is. This is the Imperial Eagle. Likely the only real crossover of Federation and Imperial technology you'll ever get to fly. And I love this thing. The argument could be made that the Mark II Eagle is the superior machine, but for my money, the increased hull, shield, speed, and upgraded hardpoint all make this a bit of a no-brainer. And even if it wasn't objectively better in most every way, it would still look better. You could chalk it up to the standard Imperial white that they used for the paint job, but I think it's more than that. But of course, I'm completely wrong, because the only difference between the two is the pontoons on the side here and the handlebar spoiler in the back, both of which are completely useless. It's literally the same ship. So I guess it is just the paint job. Still, I'm not exactly going to complain, especially when I can do this. I'm supposed to be using a PA and some Class 1 multi-cannons here, but I just don't want to. So I've settled on the same thermal beams I've been using, and a larger overcharged multi-cannon I ripped off the gunship for the hardpoint up top. And it works well enough for what I'm using it for. I've been trying to embrace the bounty hunter culture while I fly the Eagle. It's not really so much about the money. If it were, I wouldn't be flying an Eagle. But it's more about the hunt. And if you're doing this kind of stuff in an Eagle, chances are you're the kind of pilot with something to prove. You want to illustrate your skill and mastery in combat. It's probably not about gloating at all. Like this guy in an FDL. No, don't run. Don't run. No one said you could get away. No, definitely not gloating. I'm thinking it's probably an overcompensation thing. But that doesn't mean it isn't fun and challenging. I mean, really, I'm in a shieldless Eagle and I just took down an FDL. That's a bit of an ego boost. I don't care who you are. But while we're talking about this, I know there's going to be someone in the comments whining that the FDL was only a novice and it's not really indicative of any flight capability or the ship and blah, 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 blah. And so, to those people, I need you to know, from the bottom of my heart, I couldn't possibly care less. Seriously. Look, here I am spending the better part of an hour taking down a dangerous Corvette. It's boring. Nobody wants to spend 40 minutes watching a cockpit HUD while a Corvette runs into reverb mines. Nobody cares. Some of you should be taking notes. The only real problem I have here is that it isn't actually a genuine Imperial Eagle. It's a knockoff, meant to be sold to pilots who don't know any better. And unfortunately, it seems you can't really get a genuine Imperial Eagle unless you're from the Empire. Or you talk to the right people. You just have to do it a certain way. See, at the end of World War III, the United States was the de facto owner of Earth. American English and its dialect became the standardized language for the budding Federation. But when the Empire came into being, they decided to rely on a more archaic version of the language, so they could always know who the true Imperials were. Luckily, I've been practicing. Y'all reet wanna kick off the whip bled bout some legit ex-sovereign with Maskrillodon, and it's safe and feeling mad dush. Ya get me, fam. Alright, I have no idea if that worked. Oh. Nailed it. Right. Okay. I am reasonably sure that this is the same ship that I came in with, and they just stripped my weapons. Son of a bitch. All joking aside, this is not a bad ship. It can be a bit fragile if you don't reinforce it properly, and it's not exactly heavy on firepower, but it is exceptionally fast. And while it's not as maneuverable as its federated cousin, it still turns better than most. Flown well or in a pack, it's effective and it's nice to look at. To be honest though, it's not exactly on the top of my fly list. If the intention is to go blow things up, I'd rather go with either of the Vipers, or the Cobra, or even the DBS. And really, truly, it's just for the additional hardpoint. Heat management could use a little work too. I'd love to recommend the Mark III as a wonderful canyon racer, but I'm not gonna lie, unless I've got a heads-up display to tell me where to go and what turns to make, or, you know, a finish line, I can't say I've ever done it well. But I'd still buy this ship, if only to keep it in my garage when I want to look at it, or do some flight assist free loops around the station. It's small, it's pretty, and it's cheap. Really, what else do you need? Hey, thank you so much for watching, and I sincerely hope you enjoyed it. The next one is going to take me a moment, so I'm going to ask you all to bear with me, but I think you'll like it. Yes, there is a plan for afterwards, and I will let everyone know. The music used here is available on the Patreon. Okay. Alright, wait, hold on. This video is sponsored by Star Conflict, a free-to-play space game that lets you control over 240 different ships, all focused to unload maximum devastation. Like this. Use the link below for a free ship and a premium account boost for 3 days. Seriously, go check them out. I kind of ran my mouth that you guys would.
Snake Charmer. A shadowy flight into the dangerous world of a man who does not exist. Rinsler. A young loner on a crusade to champion the cause of the traders, the explorers, the noobs, in a world of hackers who operate above the law.
Let's get down to brass tacks. There are certain definitive experiences that must be had. Ships that are the pinnacle of certain activities. Exploring with the DBX or ramming someone with an Orca. And blowing things up with this thing is right there on top. This is the Fer-de-Lance, the quintessential bounty hunting ship. Sporting 4 medium hardpoints, it's only one of 2 medium ships with a huge weapon mount. It is single-mindedly designed to shred steel and flesh from enemy ships. And it just oozes style. Really though, look at this thing. It looks like it was ripped from the pages of a campy pop sci-fi comic of old Earth that was. I half expect the world to turn into a neon grid while I'm flying it. And because people only focus on the destructive power of it, you may have missed a few small interesting things about the Fer-de-Lance. Like this glass-tipped bridge on the nose, or the recessed lighting in the cockpit. There's a sunroof in here that goes all the way back. And the airlock is actually recessed into the cargo hangar door. The maneuvering thrusters are angled for better agility, and there's a charming engine growl when the throttle hits about 75%. I'm not exaggerating when I say the FDL is shockingly well made. The thrust chamber ring nozzle spins during acceleration. Look at that! And all of these little details are all well and good, but it's not the reason most people would fly this ship. This is what is affectionately called the Fragdalance, an FDL with grade 5 dirty drives and sporting a frag cannon in every slot. I'm not gonna lie, this thing is engineered to hell. Because you kinda have to. On its own, the FDL can be a bit bland and way too slippery in the corners. But there's two important things to note here. One, I'm still terrible with fixed mount weapons. And two, I couldn't care less. This ship is ridiculously fun in combat. A well-placed volley from this thing will absolutely obliterate the shields of most ships, and all but disintegrate any ship smaller than the FDL itself. These aren't even grade 5s, they're grade 3s. I might as well be stocked. It's like therapy for all the times you've been interdicted and had to listen to an idiot in a Sidewinder scream about how he is your destruction. I would like to offer a rebuttal. It's actually so easy to blow people up with this ship that many professionals won't use it. You can't use an FDL because there just isn't enough of a challenge. So what happens when we get a pilot who actually knows what he's doing in an FDL? Aside from it being too good in combat, there are some other notable issues with the Fer-de-Lance. Namely, it only comes in right-hand drive. Why? Why am I sitting off center? And it's clearly an issue the engineers understood. I'd be willing to bet the reason we have such fantastic convergence of the hardpoints is to offset the view from this chair. And this bar. This one, right here. I understand that it acts as a makeshift line of sight targeting reticle, but it makes me want to take a crowbar to the entire cockpit. We have transparent aluminum. This does not need to exist. In fairness, in the heat of battle, you won't notice how the world is slightly off-center. But for literally anything else, you're going to find yourself readjusting the target point to be on center, realizing you've messed up, and adjusting it back. Roughly every 3 minutes. It's maddening. Obviously, as a purebred combat ship, the FDL doesn't really excel at much of anything else. Despite its low jump range, it can be fitted with an FSD booster to punch up its numbers to something respectable, but that does mean the loss of a Class 5 slot, and a fuel tank that can't make great use of it anyway. Low cargo space means that if you have dreams of making the FDL into a heavily armed trader, you may be able to fit half a bag of groceries and a piece of gum inside before she gets full. And it really only works if you're already chewing the gum. And on top of all this, it has a really stupid name. It's accurate, with the Fer-de-Lance often considered the ultimate pit viper, but it's still a really stupid name for a line of spaceships. It just is. I can't even remember the last time I saw a snake in space. Several independent companies using the same stupid naming convention of snakes is moronic. Is it supposed to be some kind of half-ass clue that these companies are connected? This isn't telling of the Dark Wheel. It's not Roxla is going to be the planet of the snake people. Well past the space age. What's the end game here? Do the snake people think it's a clever wink and a nod to have us flying ships named after snakes? No, it's... Overall, I really like the FDL. Because of course I do. Anyone who tells you different is lying to you. This is a machine that is unapologetically ruthless in what it does. An instrument of destruction so proficient that its presence on the field has become mundane. It is so good, it's boring. And if nothing else, that's something special. A seriously big thanks to Star Conflict for sponsoring this video and giving me some new ships to ogle at. Don't forget to check out the link below. Also, I got a sponsor. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this, please hit the subscribe button. If you already have, then thank you again. The soundtrack to use here is available on the Patreon for free, and you could follow me on Twitter or Instagram at the links below. Thank you so much again, and I'll see you next time. This is the Crate Phantom, and eagle-eyed viewers might recognize that I'm not in my usual testing grounds. No, I'm a little bit further out than that today. And that's because the Phantom needs a bit of room to stretch its legs. So I've come out here to the Galactic Center, a little over 25,000 light years from the bubble, to make a point. You should really be flying this ship. And I know what you're thinking. Why? It's a cheaper, worse version of the Mark II crate. It's got less shields, less armor, less hardpoints, and no hangar bay. It also carries less cargo, and it's not even that much cheaper for all the things that you've lost. I feel like I'm getting ripped off here. Either I'm paying too much when I buy a crate, or I'm buying a lot of expensive air when I buy the Phantom. The official description for the Phantom labels it as a multi-purpose ship, quote, suited to a range of roles. And that's just not true. If we judge the Phantom as a multi-purpose ship, it's garbage. Easily outclassed by its sister ship, and the Python. And there's going to be people out there who argue, well, what if you want a faster, more maneuverable combat ship for strafing? Well, then you should have bought a Mamba. This is not a multi-role ship. It is, simply, the best exploration ship I have ever flown. Let me explain. When you decide to spend the next 300 hours of your life jumping to different star systems in the Elite Galaxy, the first thing you want to do is break out a spreadsheet. You're going to want to lighten your ship as much as possible. Tune the FSD. Go for lower, lighter class modules to increase your jump range, removing anything you don't need. With the Phantom, they've done it for you. It's pre-stripped. The fighter bay is gone. They took out a whole hardpoint. They actively peeled away some of its armor plating just to get it lighter. You get the impression that there's a performance division at DeLacy that's been allowed to tinker with things. And they've taken their job so seriously, you can only buy the Phantom with racing stripes already on it. They even took the coffee maker just to save the weight. I feel bad for flying this thing with clothes on. I'd fly naked, but I'm afraid Yamix would find me. So now I have the arduous task of deciding what I wanted to take with me and then engineering it to be less of itself. But while packing for my expedition, I decided to not care about any of that, engineered my FSD with materials I had in my back pocket, and set out. I was eager to hit the highway. This highway. The Neutron Highway. And it was a hell of a ride. When you're talking about a ship like the Phantom, it's hard to talk about the ship itself when you're so much more focused on what it can do. Because as beautiful as this ship is, at some point, it's just outclassed by the places it can bring you. And if you stay out here long enough, realistically, undeniably, there's going to be a point where you just don't want to come home.
2, 1, engage.
And a little over 5 hours later,
Mission critical message.
I did this. Jumping into Sagittarius A is truly one of the most remarkable experiences of any game. The sheer size and scope of what you're looking at breaks you a little bit. Your eyes grow wide. Your heart aches. Your mind is filled with overwhelming awe and dread at what you're seeing. It is, frankly, hard to comprehend what you're looking at. And it makes you feel small. And this is the ship that did that for me. It brought me here. And I love it because of that.
A-star. The star is important. Sagittarius A-star, because the star represents the fact that it's a very high energy radio source. The star is, you're supposed to pronounce it, just so you know.
Oh, alright, it's good to know.
Yeah, right. Good thing I'm here, right?
It was so beautiful, I thought I'd bring a friend.
Hello? How are you? Sagittarius A star. The star is actually important because it's supposed to tell us that it's a highly active, very compact radio source. And the star was added to the A to make it seem more like impressive and awesome. But yeah, it's like a 4.3 million solar masses black hole at the core of our galaxy. About 7,800 parsecs away, which I keep having to convert to like light years. It's about 35,000 light years. And it's obviously in Sagittarius, so it's the brightest radio source in that direction. Now, what, of course, we're seeing is not the black hole itself, but its interactions with the environment around it, the gas that is falling in, being twisted and pulled and accelerated by the magnificently powerful gravitational fields. So yeah, that's what we see. The actual black hole itself, because it's so heavy, it does emit Hawking radiation, but it emits at a temperature of like 10 to the minus 14 Kelvin. So right now it's not emitting anything of consequence, but maybe in trillions and trillions and trillions of years time. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of stars that actually orbit it as well. Like some of them fly through at 30,000. I don't know. Wait a second. Like they fly through pretty fast. I was going to say 30,000 kilometers per second. I think I'm totally wrong. So yeah, some of these stars were found back in the 80s, and they had to watch them for decades to see that their orbit actually brought them around this black hole. And that was one of the big pieces of evidence to show that there was a black hole there, that they could stars actually orbiting around something, because we knew the distance to the stars, because we could tell their velocity by the Doppler shift on their lines, we could then estimate the mass of the objects, and that's how we know there's been 4.3 million solar masses, even though we cannot see it.
So what do you think of the Phantom?
You know what I like about the Crate Phantom? If you go to the back of the ship, there's like a little back door and a little balcony you can stand on right at the back of the ship underneath the engines. I kind of imagine that, you know, you're flying through deep space, cruising by the black hole, and you pop out there for like a smoke or something. I like the Phantom. The thing is, the crates were always way bigger than the crates that I remember from the original game, but I think they're great ships. They fit a nice niche. I kind of wish you had the regular crates so I could actually fly around in a fighter for a bit, but I'm obviously an old school elite explorer. I'm still flying around in my Asp Explorer, but I should probably buy myself one of these. I think I bought a crate just so I could walk around the cockpit, because I do like the cockpit. It has all the details and stuff floating around inside it.
Well, I like the Phantom because they actually just lightened the whole thing for you anyway. It's, you know, got that one less hard point, no fighter bay, so I can do 61 light years at a clip of minimal engineering.
That's not bad. You have a Guardian frameshift booster in there?
Oh, of course.
Good. Just checking, because you know, those are the bomb.
Scott, it was very nice having you. Thank you very much for talking.
Oh, thanks for showing me the black hole. It's been a while since I've been out here, and frankly, I don't know if I can make the trek with myself anymore. But it's nice to have someone bring me out.
If you're serious about exploring the galaxy, I cannot recommend the Phantom enough.
Incoming
It
mission
is
critical
truly
message.
an astounding machine. Somebody at the Lacey labeled this ship horribly wrong. On the surface, I know it may seem like a copy-paste job of the Crate, but this is just a totally different animal. This is a legendary exploration ship, designed to move through the unknown. No wonder they call it the Phantom. Real quick, I wanted to say thank you so much for watching. If you like what you saw, consider hitting the subscribe button. And if you already have, then thank you again, and I'll see you next week. I'm not sure what to say here. I know what I'm supposed to say, but what was supposed to happen didn't. So I can't say that. So what I have to say is the thing I didn't expect to say. And if you're confused, well, what can I say? So am I. This is the Mark IV Viper, a sequel ship that was supposed to be worse than its predecessor. It was supposed to be slower, with worse handling, and a testament to uninspired engineering. And it is. But it also might be something else.
Deployed.
And I think I like it. Here's the thing. I usually start off flying something new by doing the same thing I was doing last time. Whether it's a certain form of combat, or exploring, or material gathering, I'm generally going to at least try what I was doing before with whatever I have to fly now. Which leads to things like taking a Type 6 out into the black, or using a Mamba as a miner. So when I took the Mark IV out to play, I did what I did with the last ship, and left the shield at home. And almost immediately got interdicted by a Python. Now, there's no way I can win this. But I am curious how much I can lay into him before he pops me like a soda can. That'll learn me after all, right? Going out in a small ship without a shield, flying a build of thermal beams and packhounds. This is stupid. He's gonna wipe the floor with me. I'm in a Viper for glop's sake. A Mark IV Viper. That's the bad one. It's slow and stupid and heavy, and he is dead. Huh. Well, now I have a problem. Because I can recommend flying 2 ships in a row without a shield, but 3 really does start to say more about me than it does about whatever I'm flying. In fairness, this isn't a stock Viper. It's got a lot of the parts from the DDS and the assault ships stuck onto it, namely the thermal vents of the former and the hull reinforcements of the latter. Still, it's a Viper. Maybe I got lucky. I was on my way to the nav beacon in the first place. Let's try this again. "10 minutes, 8% hull loss, and over 250,000 in bounties." Huh. And so here's the part where I donked up. I took out a module reinforcement, put in a standard shield, and rocked the Haz-Res just as hard as I did before. Great! It's better to have a shield, case closed, move on. But then I got greedy. Pack-hound missiles are fun after all, but they really do limit the amount of time you can spend playing outside. So a quick trip to Liz Ryder, and now I have more pack-hounds. On a small ship. With a shield. Yeah, I ruined it. I'm sure my associates can explain in great detail the mechanics behind the heat dissipation when you juggle pips. But basically, the less pips you have in a stack, the less efficient it vents heat. Which really doesn't make sense, since pips represent power. It should be more power is more heat, but whatever. The end result is, unless I want to cook myself alive, then I don't really have a choice here. I mean, besides changing out weapons. But why would I do that? I have missiles. Missiles are fun. I'm not about to give up fun for practicality. And really, this makes a shockingly decent little strike craft. A lot better than I thought it was gonna be. And a lot more fun than I thought it would be. If I have to say something so controversial and brave that small ships are better without shields, well then, by golly, I will be that man. But that's not to say it's a perfect ship. There are just a few things wrong with it. It isn't exactly a revolutionary design. Frankly, it's no less than a Mark III Viper with a ship kit and an updated badge. But somehow the Bondo they used here adds more than 3 times the weight of the standard Mark III Viper on top of the frame, upping it to a catastrophic 190 tons for a light fighter. So as a result, the ship turns like it's flying through jello. It fights you on every turn. Every bank, every twist feels like you're trying to turn a roller coaster. If you could just get it off the rails, this would be all so much easier. So, it can't turn without arm wrestling the flight controls, it's slower despite the better engines, and it costs almost 3 times more than the stock Viper 3. Good lord, why? For what it's worth, it actually does have excellent shields for its class, but they're just not of any use to me here. And while clearly the expanded armor profile is working well for me, it's pretty much the same armor for the Cobra. The cheaper, faster, more maneuverable, better fitted Mark III Cobra. The ship with the exact same hardpoint layout as both Vipers. So while I might actually enjoy this ship, I'm not sure I'd ever buy it. After all, it's still a Viper. And I'm just not comfortable trying to take up 2 landing pads. More importantly, these ships are for new pilots, and new pilots don't have access to thermal vent beam lasers or dirty drive tuning. They don't have modified hull reinforcements or pack-on missile racks. So while I can turn a Viper into a vicious and formidable ship that eats anacondas, that's not the Viper. That's this Viper. And the difference is night and day. This is a ship you rent for the weekend in the Pleiades, not the one you keep in the garage. Hey, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you liked it. Hit the like button for the algorithm and let me know what you thought down below. The soundtrack is available for free on the Patreon, and I'll ask that if you enjoyed the series, please consider becoming a patron. If you already have, then thank you again. Your support really does help keep this going.
Please exit to port confines.
Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, and I'll see you next time. I swear we haven't actually done this one already. Just about 80% of it. And that's because I've had to learn more about this line of ships than I ever really wanted to. But it's the wings here. That's the big visual cue that you are, in fact, flying a different space brick than before. This is the last of the Federal cannon fodder, the Federal assault ship. And just like with the dregs at the bottom of the bottle, we're gonna hold our noses and get this over with. Yep, still ugly. But the cockpit here isn't terrible. It's basically the same as the dropship, but with a red and black paint job on top. And that's how you know this ship is better, because of the serious color scheme. It means serious business. Red and black isn't for mining opals, it's for shooting people. And because it's for shooting people, they took off 2 medium hardpoints and stuck a bigger one on its forehead. Look at it. Like an angsty unicorn. I'm gonna call you Bruce. And as you might have guessed, Bruce has got some legs. Both faster and more maneuverable than the dropship, the pitch rate on the FAS is probably its greatest selling point. The ability to slip in behind a target and unload a crippling opening volley is usually enough to dictate the terms of an engagement. Many ships simply can't recover from an effective first strike. But you might say that's true of most any ship. What's so different about Bruce? Well, because the vector thrust is dialed up to 11, Bruce can effectively orbit whatever the hell he's shooting at, firing with impunity. Bruce is a dangerous space brick. The maneuver can be tricky to learn and harder to hold on to. Practice makes perfect and all that, but if you ever feel like you misjudged a line, you can institute Bruce's real secret weapon: smacking into things. As it happens, the dropship, the gunship, and Bruce here all individually have more hull mass than an Anaconda, which means you can put that built-in cowcatcher on the nose to good use. The best use. slapping things so hard that they explode. This works because Bruce was designed first and foremost to be a hull tank, and while there's an argument to be made for running a quick recharging bi-weave shield on it, ultimately, I prefer to go shieldless. Not for any matter of stealth or logistics, but just because it's one less set of pips to deal with. And you can really feel the extra size 5 hull replacement. But for what it's worth, I did end up trying a similar stealth build I used with the DBS, and a PA rail build, and a multi-cannon build, and a shielded frag build. All to varying degrees of success, but ultimately Bruce did manage to hold his own across the board. So for what it's worth, the assault ship is versatile, and open to more than a few styles of combat. A good amount of credit goes to the ultimate FAS guide linked below. It's a bit dated, but the core ideas are there. I ended up running the shieldless Fragmobile variant for the majority of my run, which itself probably wasn't the best idea. The frags aren't too hard on the power distributor, so I really could have tinkered with both prismatics and bi-weaves. But at this point, I'd already modified the hull replacements, and it seemed like a waste not to use it. I won't say I fully endorse this kind of build, but I will say that I briefly forgot I was flying a Federal assault ship in the middle of the Haz-Res, which is basically the only kind of endorsement you're going to get out of it. It did, for a moment, remind me of flying the Fragdolance, albeit a heavily damaged one. And I know for a few commanders, it feels like these two ships could have been remotely on par with each other. But they just aren't. And that really is this ship's biggest problem. It can be hard to figure out who Bruce is supposed to be for. More than a few people say the assault ship is a double-barreled upgrade from the Vulture, but I don't feel the same God of War bloodlust frenzy I had when I flew the Vulture. And more to the point, unless you spent your time in the Vulture grinding rank for the Federation, then Bruce isn't even a viable option. But the Chieftain is. A similarly priced hull tank destroyer of men, with more hardpoints and better places. And like I said with the Chieftain, there's a hell of a gap between the cost of this ship and the other mid-sized combat bruisers. So between the rank lock, the looks, and the unicorn horn, I can't give you a reason to fly this over the Chieftain, which is kind of a shame. I don't hate Bruce. Despite the way I fly it, I've grown fond of throwing this giant brick at Lakon canopies. It's fun and effective. I'm not a fan of the looks, but I can appreciate it for what it is. It's not a bad ship. It's just not good enough. Yeah, you go ahead. Mod your plasma accelerators. Bill Turner looks like a goddamn zombie. Hey, thank you so much for watching, and an extra special thank you for all the patrons who listened last week and stood up to help a creator. You all helped a lot more than you know, and I am grateful. Anyway, hit the like button for the algorithm, subscribe if you haven't, and call a friend and tell them that you missed them, and you'll see them soon enough. Only 3 ships to go. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time.
Docking successful. Line crew dispatched. It's good to have you with us, Commander.
This is the Crusader, the last of the C-Series Lakon ships. And if you saw my thoughts on the Chieftain or the Challenger, you already know what I think about the looks here. It's fantastic. And I'll let you in on a secret. I actually like the way this one looks the best out of all three. And if you listen very, very carefully, you can actually hear people screaming about that in the comments. I love the color scheme of the cockpit, a much deserved improvement from the green of the Challenger and the orange of the Chief. I like the 3-seat layout a bit better too. Not that I would ever put 2 people in here. I actually enjoy the default blue paint job, and it legitimately seems to be better built than its siblings. This one doesn't seem like someone threw a bucket of paint at it as it rolled off the assembly line. I like the lighted panels slipping out from the edges of the hull, and the giant flat undercarriage. I offer no apologies for the spoiler, and I don't care that it's fatter, longer, and heavier than its sister ships. I like it. It really is too bad that it's terrible. Mostly. Theoretically, under very certain circumstances, the Crusader has more firepower, better time on target, and a better survival rate than that of the Chieftain or the Challenger. And it's because of this. The ability to simultaneously launch 2 fighters at a time means that you have more hardpoints active. You have multiple firing angles. And most importantly, enemies that are too stupid to shoot at you when they could shoot at a smaller target instead. So ultimately, it doesn't matter that the Crusader has less armor potential, or less shields, or somehow even less options with the internals. It doesn't matter that it's the slowest out of the 3, or the least agile, or that you'll have a class 5 shield if you want to launch both fighters at once, or that launching a fighter kills the network. None of that matters. As long as you're willing to sacrifice a goat to get the multi-crew working, and you're willing to rely on an NPC pilot. This is like getting a pizza and finding out the only topping is pineapple. There's going to be exactly one person who's going to love it, and the rest of us are going to have to choke down a subpar product. You could pick the pieces off, sure, but this could have been a Chieftain. The more jaded among you might think the Crusader is a blatant cash grab for people who like to collect paint jobs. But I don't think that's true. If it was, I think we'd have something less boring to choose from. For that matter, why don't any of these ships have a Union Jack paint job? Isn't the C-Series named after British tanks? It's not like they can't make that happen. Even the Viper has that option. The Crusader is simply not the best option out there. And frankly, if you can afford a crate, there should never be any reason to go near this thing. But I can't help but enjoy the idea of this ship. I can't help but want to make a Chieftain with a fighter bay work. How could I not? But no matter what paces I put it through, it just doesn't seem to keep up. So now the real question is, does that matter? Oh, hell no. It's not like I was going to be single-handedly fighting off the 13th Legion anyway. The value of a ship like this means 2 things. 1, I can actually launch a fighter without having to worry about disconnecting someone else. And 2, because I don't have to worry about min-maxing a build on this thing, I'm free to try whatever the hell I want. Long-range cannons and jackhounds? That sounds like it could be fun for a bit. Maybe try out a few experimental effects. Let's see if the high-yield shell actually does anything. Dispersal field might be interesting.
Frameshift drive charging.
Clear the station. We hope to see you again, Commander.
Today is a celebration of all the things that should be better than they actually are. Because even a parade of mediocrity is still a parade. It's got plenty of guns, and I've got nowhere to be. I'm having plenty of fun. Is this a good ship? Not really. Do I care? Not even a little bit. Thanks so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed it. Hit the thumbs up for the algorithm and stop by the Patreon for the music tracks used here. You can yell at me for not doing the Corvette down below, and you can get a new t-shirt at the link in the description. If you're already subscribed, thank you again, and I'll see you next time. When you think of a small dedicated combat ship, you might think of a Viper, or an Eagle. Something that whips along at phenomenal speeds, pecking at the shields of larger targets with some modest small armament. This is not that ship. No. Core Dynamics decided to do things a bit differently. And aside from the terrible noise it makes, they did it right. This is the Vulture. A dedicated small fighter craft with 2 large hardpoints mounted on its back. It is, in short, like bringing a gun to a game of rock, paper, scissors. It is a fantastic amount of overkill, and I love it. But let's start with the basics. The Vulture is definitively a combat ship, specifically a heavy combat ship, and that means it's a bit slower than the other kids on the playground. But that's because it's the schoolyard bully. What it loses in speed, it makes up for in brute strength. And when it does catch you, you're not going to be able to dodge the hits. The Vulture is staggeringly maneuverable, meaning that even if you're a middling combat pilot like me, you're not really going to have a hard time parking the Vulture right on the ass of whatever you want to shoot at. And even if you end up in a jousting match with another ship, you're going to outturn everything else on the field outside an Eagle. So you'll have more time laying down fire before anyone else can even line up a shot. And because you have 2 large hardpoints, you're not going to need a lot of time to take down anything. In fact, the biggest problem you're going to have on the battlefield isn't going to be the person you're shooting at. It's going to be the Vulture itself. The power plant on the Vulture just can't quite seem to keep up with the rest of the ship. You can either fly full tilt and have shields, or you can lay into the guns. But you can't seem to do both. This ship almost flat out requires you to engineer it, if only a little bit. And this brings up an interesting thought. I don't think they ever finished designing the ship. It's almost as if Core Dynamics had completely missed the point of a small fighter. Like they legitimately did not understand why other companies weren't putting more powerful guns on their fast strike craft. And so, for the dedicated Federation manufacturer, the solution to the problem of people shooting at you was to just use more gun. So as a result, you have a ship that can't adequately support its own weight, unless you modify it. Even just overcharging the power plant will allow you to really open up what the Vulture is capable of. Suddenly you have a lot more options. You don't have to use low-powered weapons or shields. You don't have to juggle pips to catch up with your target before laying in with the guns. And frankly, this ship's worst problem turns out to be its absolute best feature. Give the Vulture just a little bit of love, and it'll give you so much back in return. In the words of Vindicator Jones, this is a ship that wants you to win. I'm certainly not the best combat pilot out there by any means, but flying this thing makes me feel like a goddamn god of war. I think this might be the only ship where I genuinely feel like a bounty hunter when I fly it. I'll have to get myself some wraparound sunglasses and a leather jacket without the sleeves. The main man always gets his target. And when you could afford it, upgrading the armor plating, tuning the engines, and overcharging your weapons will turn the Vulture into an object of sublime devastation. It easily becomes one of the best combat ships in the galaxy. The conventional build for the Vulture is overcharged pulse lasers or plasma accelerators, but I prefer multi-cannons with incendiary rounds either overcharged or with an auto feeder. Yes, you're reliant on ammunition, but I don't have to worry about mitigating any overheating. And because the Vulture can keep a bead on most any ship, it doesn't take much to tear through the shields or armor of anything I'm firing at anyway. But really, there's no wrong answer here. Ultimately, you're going to be firing 2 Class 3 hardpoints at your target, and engineering is flexible enough to accommodate your particular preferred poison. Figure out what works for you, and the Vulture will be more than accommodating. And not just with your weapons. This ship also has a delightfully varied selection of ship kit parts in case you want to alter its unique styling. And to be honest, that is my biggest problem with this ship. Why have they called it the Vulture? I appreciate that it's not another ship named after a snake, but it doesn't really have wings. And more to the point, it has mandibles. I can see how you wouldn't want to call it the bullet ant, but it's very clearly an insect. Why not the stinger or the scarab? I get that this is a minor point to be hung up on, but once you've created a ship that doesn't have any right to be as good as it is, you can't give it a stupid name. Seriously, what has happened in the future that all these companies are completely... I did every snake name I could think of so nobody else would be able to use it. Call up a marketing company and get them to make a short. You could fundamentally call it the mantis shrimp for all the difference it makes. The Vulture. Jesus. Doesn't even look like a vulture. Should you buy this ship? Yes, clearly, and especially if you're not a dedicated combat pilot. This ship will show you how much fun combat can be, and more importantly, it'll teach you to be better at it. Because the Vulture is a custom hot rod made for blowing stuff up, the product of short-sighted engineers who built a ship that shouldn't work, but does anyway. It's a ship made for hunting down criminals and making money off their corpses. Maybe it is a Vulture after all. Ship loadouts, bloopers, and music tracks I've used here are all available over on the Patreon page. Thank you so much for watching, have a wonderful day, and I'll see you next week.
Landing gear deployed.
This is the Type 10 Defender. And cards on the table? I was ready to hate this ship. Because even according to the people who built it, it's a Type 9 with some extra bits glued on. And when you get close, you can see that's exactly what they did. And I wouldn't be the first person to point out that it looks like they've done a half-assed job. I actively wondered if I had bought a used one by mistake. But looks can be deceiving. Under the hood, the Type 10 is better in almost every way. Despite having somehow even more girth than the Type 9, the Defender is faster. It also has a ridiculously high armor rating, twice as many utility slots, and more firepower than the Fist of God. And here's something I didn't expect. I really like this ship. Even though I really shouldn't. On paper, the Defender is reported to have the highest damage output of any ship in the sky. That's good. But in reality, you'll never be able to focus fire with all its scattered hardpoints. That's bad. The solution then is to use turrets, and it seems like the Type 10 was built to do just that, because it has more size 3 hardpoints than any other ship. That's good. And that makes sense, as you're going to need the turrets to aim for you, because the Type 10 has one of the worst turning rates in the galaxy. On a combat ship. That's bad. But it does come with your choice of topping. There are other issues too. Once again, Lakon offers its signature feature on a ship designed for combat, the ability to get a nice full view of what's about to blow you up. Though, thankfully, in my experience, the glass canopy seems to be a bit more reinforced than usual. I haven't had the canopy blow out on me even once. Although it's just as likely the thing about to blow you up will be behind you, so you wouldn't see it coming anyway. But, you know, small steps. It's also fantastically, comically large, with a massive hit profile. Catching the ship at the right angle, you might confuse it for a small city flying past. But that's the thing, it is a flying city in space, armed to the teeth with guns. I don't think it was ever meant to focus fire. I think it's a flying fortress. And for me, it invokes a feeling I haven't had since the Anaconda. The sheer size of this ship denotes potential. Like, what is this thing? What is it for? Is it a greenhouse? Can I grow things in here? Can I turn this into a science ship? And because it's such a massive ship, it can be hard to get a sense of scale for when you're flying around. Its wingspan alone is twice the size of a 747. This is one of the 2 airlock balcony doors on this ship. Just take that in for a moment. And like the Anaconda, it feels as if it could be bustling with activity on the inside. I dream of installing a salvage bay inside a Class 7 slot, scrapping ships for materials, fun, and profit. Maybe an astrometrics deck, marine barracks, or a science lab, so we can collect specimens of the water-based life we find in the dark. Put that greenhouse to use. But, for the moment, that's not what the Type 10 is for. And that's why I'm sitting shotgun with Commander Flash Aurora, so he can show me exactly what this machine was built to do. It's also not limited to fighting Thargoids. Even with unengineered modules, the Type 10 is more than capable of holding its own in combat against the local pirate riffraff. Mostly. For anything else, you're really going to want to spend some time with the engineers, with drives and shields taking precedence before customizing exactly what kind of crippling damage you want to unleash. And it's not short on options. And if you're not specialized for fighting Thargoids, it also has the benefit of a ship-launched fighter. So if you don't particularly feel like participating in the battle yourself, there is the option of letting the defender fight your battles for you. That's ridiculous. But ridiculous does seem to be the Type 10's wheelhouse. A small wing of defenders is not only a force to be reckoned with, but a great excuse for shenanigans. For fun. This is a comically oversized ship that, after engineering, can dance on the highway. Underneath its imposing frame is the spirit of bravado and make-do MacGyver determination. Because that's exactly how this ship was built. And so it feels like there really is no way to misuse it. I don't cringe at the idea of using the Defender as a miner or an exploratory vessel. I look forward to it. Maybe someday someone will give me a reason to take the Defender out to a far-off region of the galaxy. But for the moment, I don't need one. I'll do it because I can. Because it's fun.
All clear.
And that's the
FSD
point.
signing off.
Guys, I gotta tell you, it's gonna be a while before we form Voltron.
Hey, thanks so much for watching. If you like this, please consider subscribing. And if you'd like to support making more of these, head on over to the Patreon page. Thanks again, and I'll see you. I do like bigger ships. I like how they look, and that they take just a bit more skill to fly. And how they usually do one thing really, really well. And this is one of those ships. Just a bit smaller than a Type 10. I'd say it's a bit more polished, but the truth is it just doesn't have all the extra crap glued on. This is the smooth and softened beating heart of the Type 10, laid bare. And that's a problem for me. Because this is brilliant, but I like this. This is the Type 9 Heavy Transporter, a ship specifically designed and built to be the most boring ship in the entire galaxy. Because it was purpose-built to do the most boring jobs. On paper, the Type 9 hauls the second largest amount of cargo of any ship, only behind the cutter. But that's without shields. In practical use, the cutter can't scale down its shield generator to allow for more cargo space, and the T9 can. Meaning, I can easily run north of 750 tons of cargo per load. And if I was the type of person who enjoyed buying and selling bio-waste for profit, I'd be pretty excited by that. But that's not all. If you're the type who gets unreasonably patriotic, you can participate in the large-scale community events of buying certain MacGuffins to move from one place to another. For reasons. And that's about it. Of course, you can use the Type 9 as a passenger transport, or on missions to planetary outposts. If you're feeling particularly dedicated to the role, you could take a Type 9 full of supplies to Colonia, to expand a certain faction's growth and influence. So they'll, I don't know, say something nice about you while you're docking. If you're the type of person who's legitimately invested in factions, and the impact that they have on the galaxy, then the Type 9 is your ship. It represents the greatest ability to directly affect the influence these organizations have. I couldn't care less about any of that. That said, I'm not a total idiot. There's potential to make a lot of money here. If you move the right product at the right time, you can make a quick 100 million credits in less than an hour. But that usually means spending a good amount of time beforehand researching where you need to be in order to do that. And if that's not engaging enough for you, the alternative is this. At least it's pretty. Look, mining itself isn't terrible per se. It pays well enough for the moment, and the Type 9 is relatively good at it. It's just not particularly fulfilling. It's not like I'm mining a certain element that I could use to build a different ship or better armor. I'm gonna sell this painite to a station to make credits to afford to fly something else. And not to put too fine a point on it, but if I had to go mining to make credits, I wouldn't do it in this ship anyway. The maneuverability is terrible, it's too big between the rocks, the power distributor isn't big enough to handle all the mining lasers at once, and I really don't want to spend 4 hours in the fields filling up the massive cargo hold. Worse still, once it is full, a Type 9 with a couple 100 tons of painite is a major target for interdiction. An interdiction you can easily lose, because you're in a Type 9. But this did get me thinking. The two major problems with running transport in a Type 9 are interdictions and that you have to pay for the cargo. And that cuts into profit margins. So I've built this. A Type 9 to do the kind of cargo running I prefer. The fun kind. And the trick here is not to be too greedy. If you don't open fire, most NPCs will flat out just run away. You can usually get 2 or 3 good pulls of cargo before they can manage to jump out of the instance. And if you're okay with only pulling a bit from each ship, you can do this for hours. Especially in a Type 9. And while the payout isn't anywhere near close to a dedicated painite mining trip, I enjoy doing this a lot more. Walk softly and carry a big cargo hold and all that. I know it sounds like I don't actually like the Type 9, but I do. I like its rounded edges and the potential for what it might be if I could live in it, instead of just sitting in a chair. But as it is, dropping off supplies with a click of a button, or trudging slowly through an asteroid field doesn't really do much for me. I just don't have a use for it. But here's the thing. I'm reasonably sure I'm using the Type 9 completely wrong. I'm not sure it's meant to be flown alone. I think it's meant to be flown in a convoy. I don't think mining for painite is supposed to look like this. I think it's supposed to look like this. I think organized wings of T9s are supposed to overwhelm community goals at a moment's notice. I think 4 Type 9s are probably harder to take down than just 1. I think there's strength in numbers, and friends with mining lasers. Thanks so much for watching, and the link for the soundtrack is down in the description below. If you like this episode, please consider subscribing, and if you already have, then thank you again, and I'll see you next time.
the rules of luxury. Look, but don't touch. Touch, but don't use. Use, but don't enjoy. Enjoy, but don't show it.
Luxury should be lived in. Okay, full confession time. I haven't really flown the Dolphin before. Sure, I've taken her out to get some footage before, but I've never actually spent any time in this ship. And that was a mistake. Because the first time I hit the boost in this ship, I got a tingle where my spine used to be, before they fused it to a chair. This is a neat little ship, but it is easy to overlook. Nestled between the Type 6 and the DBX, the Dolphin doesn't give you a lot of incentive to pick it up. If you want to go into basic mining or cargo transport, you know, making lots of money, you'd pick up the Type 6. If you were itching to travel the galaxy and explore the vast reaches of the unknown, you'd go for the Diamondback. But what if you'd like to be a bus driver for whiny children? It's not a great sales pitch. Especially since Pay Night doesn't ask you to pull over to get more booze. But here's the thing. I think you should probably fly the Dolphin before you fly a DBX. Don't get me wrong, the Diamondback is the better explorer, but the Dolphin will take you places you actually want to go. Because while the galaxy is a massive and mysterious void of cosmic secrets to explore, it's also mostly empty and kind of boring. Picking up passengers in the Dolphin gives you a chance to see the cream of the crop right in your own backyard. It's entirely possible that you'll get to see some of the most beautiful places in the galaxy because a drunk socialite told you to go there on a whim. And obviously you don't need the Dolphin to do passenger missions, but really, why not do it in a ship that's built to do just that? Personally, I don't enjoy the overly rounded and polished look of the Dolphin, but I can admire its design. Like the rest of the Saud-Kruger line, it is majestic, even scaled down. And in this paint job, there's form and purpose in its stylized design. You know instantly what this ship is for, even if you've never flown it. Whether I enjoy it or not, it is built to be beautiful. Or at least most of it is. The cockpit is a bit too basic for my taste, which is the same problem with all of the Saud-Kruger ships. I've hinted at this before, but I'm reasonably sure that Kruger doesn't actually make the cockpits for its own ships. Which is interesting, as the Pilots Federation gives away the instrument cluster and graphical interface for every ship in the galaxy. But this was clearly made by Zorgen Peterson, and by extension, Falcon DeLacy. So that would mean that the biggest independent ship manufacturer has been secretly... Oh shit, they found me. It's all a lie. The Federation and the Empire are all controlled. Independent Council has determined there is no correlation between the visual styling of the cockpits of any Saud-Kruger ships and the political interference with any known sovereign state in known human space. There, I said it, you happy and miserable. The jump range can be fairly substantial if you strip down the Dolphin enough to her bare bones. But it also does defeat the purpose of the Dolphin somewhat. Ferrying passengers can be exceptionally lucrative for the burgeoning commander, and a dip in jump range can mean the difference between upgrading to an ASP Explorer or an ASP Scout. There's exploration, and then there's people paying you a good amount of money to go exploring. And if you find that you legitimately enjoy catering to these clearly dim-witted passengers, then you can work your way to the Orca or the Beluga, which you would unfortunately need to do at some point, as the Dolphin is a bit lacking in internals. There's only a single Class 5 slot in the Dolphin, so you're eventually going to have to make the choice of fitting a Class 5 Guardian frameshift drive booster or a luxury cabin into the ship. Ultimately, I'd put the FSD booster if you have one, but it would be nice not to have to choose at all. Consequently, it wouldn't be the worst idea to take the Dolphin itself down to the Pleiades to unlock the booster if you haven't already. Even better if you find a passenger. Thargoid tours are going to be so in this year. I like the Dolphin, and you can tell because I haven't made a mess of innuendos about how it looks like a vibrator. I'm not sure I'd ever take it into a fight, no matter how many hull reinforcements I put on it, but I do find myself more than willing to pick up a single passenger here or there to go see a black hole or a water planet with rings. I don't feel the need to push its jump range to the limit, or engineer the fuel scoop for better returns. I'm not out here to make credits, or find Roxley. I'm out here to look at pretty things, and my pretty little luxury ship. And that makes me pretty happy. The trip costs 3 times more than the actual ship. What the hell is going on with this economy? I blame Brexit. As we're coming up on the last 10 ships, let me know what you'd like to see down in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please consider subscribing, and if you already have, then thank you again. The soundtrack used here is available on the Patreon page, and you can follow me on Twitter or Instagram at the links below. Have a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time.
Actually, the fact that it looks like a combat ship.
This ship is specifically only for combat.
It feels like home to me when I come back to this ship. It's the most comfortable to fly.
There's something no nonsense about its shape.
You just want to walk in somewhere and just stomp all over everything. It's obviously great at that.
And with a wing of 4 on me, I still managed to kill him.
And ever since I did that, I feel like I kind of fell in love with combat, specifically in the Corvette.
The Corvette.
The Corvette.
The Corvette.
The Corvette.
The Corvette. The Federal Corvette.
The Federal Corvette.
The Federal Corvette. Here it is, the end-all be-all of Federation firepower, and the undisputed king of the Hazres. The Federal Corvette. And it's worth a moment to take it in. It lacks the polished composites and mirrored finish of its Imperial competition, but somehow it's just as beautiful. But then again, I do have a type. I'm not one for core dynamic styling, and frankly, I often think they modeled their ships off of doorstops. But the Corvette is different. There's something about it that speaks to you. You know what this ship is just by looking at it. You know what it's capable of. You know that it's dangerous.
I don't even know where to start on this ship. This is, it's been my go-to ship for the past, 2 or 3 years.
It looks like it means business just sitting still. Just for me, the combat ship of choice.
Nothing feels like a proper warship quite like the Corvette.
And this isn't exactly shocking news. The Corvette is the combat ship of choice for a lot of commanders, and especially notorious for those who have seen it in action. It has a reputation. One that's well earned. This is the most heavily armed battleship in the galaxy. A ship armed with 2 Class 4 hardpoints, an obscene amount of armor, and maneuvering thrusters that'll make a Viper pilot blush. And there's other good news too. There's enough internal slots in here that you can get fairly creative with your loadout, or you could just make the whole thing nigh indestructible with hull and shield reinforcements. A size 7 shield cell bank means that even if a group of overzealous religious wingnuts attacks you en masse, your prismatic shields may well never go down at all. And even if they do, it very well may take them several days to chew through the armor. And while my personal favorite ship technically has more damage per second, the Corvette will give you better time on target, and more of an excuse to laugh like a maniac.
This ship we're in right now, this is the first ship that I have done any meaningful combat in.
I think the first version of the Cube Cobra I was flying, I used cannons, and hearing those 2 cannons go off right behind you, that's amazing.
And it can do any mission in the game, yet it still happens to be the best ship for clearing conflict zones.
All this fire and fury has earned the ship the infamy it deserves.
Just look at this view. Look at how dope that looks. Look at that. I'm flying a spaceship.
Because there is no other ship that gives me the sense of unadulterated brute force that this ship does. And if I ever feel like dominating a conflict zone by myself, there simply is no other ship I'd rather be flying. I don't have to worry about the guy with the big guns. I am the big gun. And it all just feeds this visceral madness and pride, knowing that there isn't anything in here that can stop you. The battle was over the moment you stepped on the field. This is just for fun. But, and this is a big one, that fun comes at a cost.
Hey guys and girls, my thoughts on the Federal Corvette. I don't actually use it.
There is, frankly, an obscene amount of effort into turning this ship into something that makes the boom boom look good. The one I have here represents literally thousands of hours of material gathering, credit grinding, and unnecessary travel to engineering bases. Several weeks spent pledging loyalty to someone I can't remember to spend even more credits on a part I will have only temporary access to. And we're not even talking about playing postman to the Federation to unlock the rank. Who knew delivering mail could make you a rear admiral? Because what's even worse is when you find yourself up against actual people who know what they're doing, you're going to get eaten alive. The unfortunate truth is that a well-flown FDL or crate will absolutely spank even the best-spec'd Corvette in competitive play. A halfway decent cutter pilot will have you chasing them to the ends of the galaxy, all while chipping away at your shields. And to be frank, there's a reason you don't see a lot of Corvettes mingling with the PvP community. Speed is what dictates these engagements, and the Corvette simply isn't fast enough.
And I don't enjoy how slow it is, how lumbering it is, how poorly it handles. Now, for a big class ship, it handles rather well, but for the ships that I enjoy to fight, maybe I even say you're talking to the guy who has a Sidewinder as his logo.
You'd be forgiven for feeling a bit discouraged. This ship is expensive to buy and even more to outfit, around the 1.2 billion mark. It requires a mind-numbing rank unlock, And then you're going to need another few hundred hours collecting baubles to make it useful. If you fly it around other people, it makes you a target, and watching your prismatic stack and shield cell banks become worthless from a single torpedo is probably the most demoralizing thing that can happen to anyone in the history of the universe. There are, of course, very good reasons why the Corvette is simply not worth the effort. But when you walk out onto the battlefield, it's hard to remember what they were.
So it took me a long time to get this. I appreciate having it so much more because I had to work for it so hard.
Even when you know what the problems are, you still respect the Titan when you see it.
I mean, you become attached to a ship. I've had this ship for multiple years now. It's been changed a bit through the years, but I've had this for so long now that you kind of become a bit attached to it.
I said at the beginning of this film that this ship speaks to you. I can say that because it spoke to me and because I've seen it speak to others. And when something is able to do that through how it looks or what it does or how it makes you feel, then there's a name for it. A work of art. Thank you all so much for watching this series. It was a privilege to make it for you. I have an official announcement coming out soon that I hope you'll stay tuned for, and I look forward to hearing from all of you in the comments. A sincere thank you to all the creators who chimed in here, and links to their channels are down below. Please go show them some love. As always, the soundtrack is available on the Patreon, and if you could hit the like button for the algorithm, I'd really appreciate it. Please have an absolutely wonderful day, stay safe, and I'll see you soon.
Welcome to our starboard, Commander. Please fly safely within the port perimeter. Access granted. Cleared for landing on docking bay 08.
Scan detected. message. Incoming message. Charging.
You are now beyond the port perimeter. 07, Commander.
4, 3, 2, 1. Incoming mission critical message.
Victor Echo. Submit a docking request, and a landing pad will be reserved for you, Commander. Throttle down immediately. Okay, Commander. Proceed to landing pad 40.
Scan detected.
Regulate your speed and maintain current vector.
Landing gear deployed.
Engage complete. Regulate speed until clear of exclusion zone.
Landing gear retracted. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage. Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging.
This video is sponsored by me. I made some stuff I think you guys will really like. The link to the store is in the description down below.
You're good for it. I'm going to send this to you, so you can go ahead and accept it, okay?
This is the Type 6 transporter. And today, we're going to do something a little bit different. And that's because it's not hard to figure out what the Type 6 is for. There's really only so much you can do with what is essentially a cargo rack with an engine strapped to it. So what I should be doing is showing you how to maximize your cargo runs for efficiency and profit. But I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'll only be making one single delivery. To here. Observation Post Epsilon in the Trifid sector, a few thousand light years from the bubble. I thought that would be less. Coming in at just over 1 million credits, the Type 6 is the cheapest medium ship you can actually buy. And that does show a bit. It's meant to be more of a formal introduction to trading, where you can start moving commodities in bulk rather than a few tons here or there. And that means that this has a relatively decent jump range. And if you're willing to strip it down a bit, you could take her out dancing just about anywhere. The reason I can do this is because the Type 6 isn't that bad as an explorer. In addition to the jump range, it's got enough internal slots for all the things you might need. Minus the fighter bay if you're that kind of explorer. But more than enough for an SRV bay, an AFMU, a cargo rack, a surface scanner, and an FSD booster. But of course the Type 6 was built as a cargo freighter first and foremost. It's the only one of Lacon's dedicated freighters that can actually land on an outpost. And that right there makes it pretty exceptional. And really it's not that hard to set up a nice trade route where you can make almost 1 million credits every few jumps. But it is also boring. It's like a cardboard box. It's useful, but just not very interesting on its own. But if your cardboard box can fling you halfway across the galaxy, well, you're gonna do it because you can. Here's the thing about exploration. You hear that something like 98% of the galaxy is unexplored, and you think that there's these huge swaths of open frontier and undiscovered systems. And sure, there are some of those out there, but more often than not, it's going to be these systems that are right next to each other, ignored because they just got jumped over by someone with a much better jump range. In reality, it's these tiny patches of systems that nobody has ever bothered to visit while they were on their way to someplace they thought would be far more interesting. The irony, of course, is that usually neither system is interesting. I groaned about the jump range in the beginning because, like everybody else, I want the most amount of jump distance I can get from my ship. But that's not really the right way to do this. If you're looking for the undiscovered, it's far better to go slow. One small jump at a time. One grueling jump at a time. It might seem like I don't actually like coming out here into the black, but I do. The galaxy becomes progressively more beautiful the further you go from the bubble, and running into things like this feels special. After all, how many people are ever going to see this? How many of these people are going to be in a Type 6? And it is undeniably beautiful here. But that actually has become kind of a problem in a way. As the scenery gets better, I feel like the Type 6 gets uglier. It's getting harder to pretend my cardboard box is anything else. But I will admit that, for once, I am legitimately enjoying a Lacon cockpit. This really is something special. Even if I am remotely sure that these are just stickers. All in all, this trip has taken me just a few hours, but it does feel like it's taken me much longer. I really can't help but wish I was in my Phantom or Anaconda to do a run like this. And it's not even that it's been particularly terrible in any real way. The ship doesn't overheat easily. I've got a Class 5 fuel scoop, so I fill up relatively quickly. And I have a great view. But it does feel a bit off.
Power down system.
In those other ships, I wouldn't ever be paying attention to the jumps I had left, or the distance I've covered. And on the other hand, if I were doing this in a hauler or a DBX, I would have to pay attention to all that. But I still think I'd be enjoying it more. I can't give you a good reason why I'm not enjoying the Type 6. But I think the simple truth is, I'm judging a dog by how well it swims across a lake. It simply wasn't built to do this as well as I want it to. If I'm being honest, I don't actually like the Type 6. I don't like the looks, I don't like the way it feels, but more than anything, what really kills me is I don't have a good reason to hate it. Because it is so useful. This is a 1,000,000 credit ship that can take you across the galaxy without skimping on internals. You can use it to explore uncharted star systems, haul over 100 tons of cargo, or help start a mining career. It's not particularly useful in any kind of combat, but neither am I. This is a good ship, and for the life of me, I can't figure out why I'd much rather be flying a keelback. So, why did I do this? Well, a couple reasons. Namely, I wanted to see if I could grow to enjoy the T6. As useful and necessary as it is, I could never shake the sensation that I was operating a forklift. A tool built to accomplish a specific set of tasks and promptly forgotten about. And I was hoping a trip out into the stars could change that. Like taking your stepkid to a baseball game. I thought we could bond. But more importantly, I did this to make a point. You don't need a Diamondback to reach outside the bubble. People take Corvettes to Beagle Point, after all. It doesn't matter if it's unfinished, or ugly, or cheap. That doesn't mean you can't love it. It doesn't mean it's not capable. It doesn't mean that it doesn't do its job very well. And the T6 does. It really doesn't matter if I like this ship. And that's good. Because I don't. Thank you so much for watching, and if you like this video, please consider hitting that subscribe button. If you already have, then thank you again. The soundtrack for this episode is available for free on the Patreon, and you can follow me on Twitter or Instagram using the links below. This is the Keelback, Lacon's dedicated combat trader and miner. And to be frank, that had me a bit worried. It seems more often than not that ships labeled as a combat variant of another ship aren't very good at anything. And because it's a Lacon, it has this shoot me here target on its massive glass canopy. On a combat ship. That didn't work out so well for me with the Chieftain. Then there's the body. It's a Type 6 with some extra bits on the side that wobble when you change direction. A Type 6 wouldn't be the first ship I would think about taking into combat. It's not a great first impression. And first impressions are important. At first glance, the keelback doesn't seem to leave you with dreams of glory and riches. But it should. I love this ship. It is shockingly versatile. As a combat vessel, its hypothetical DPS with a fighter outguns everything else in its price range. It does have less cargo space than the Type 6 it's based on, but the ability to fend off the potential pirate if I need to, makes this ship infinitely more valuable to me. You feel a bit more at ease carrying something more than the standard batch of consumer technology. That said, it does fall a bit short if you intend on using the keelback as a solo pirate skiff. Run and gun sessions for a batch of diamonds here and there are fine, but the keelback has more value as a support role for a larger pirate fleet. As a resource gatherer, the ship is a delight. Hoovering up materials and cargo as you fly around the battlefield can be a treat. Still, it's not impossible to do on your own if you're looking for a challenge. Just more effective with partners in crime. It's even a fairly decent explorer. Engineered, you can get 50 light years plus per jump out of a keelback. And that's with a shield, AFMU, and a vehicle hangar. Though you will have to make some sacrifices if you want to bring along the fighter. And listen to that boost noise. But none of these are the biggest draw of the keelback. No. This ship is going to be your first real dedicated core miner. And it is perfect. Contrary to what you might think, you don't have to go to the far-flung reaches of some uninhabited system to go hunting for diamonds or opals. Sometimes they're right around the corner. I lose a lot of jump range when I'm fully geared for mining, but honestly, I don't really need it. I'm not going to be out in the field for 6 hours, filling up a massive cargo hold to sell for some obscene amount of money back at the station. I legitimately couldn't anyway. But I am going to leave this ring in less than an hour, about 30 million credits wealthier. And that is nothing to sneeze at. This is a 3 million credit ship that just went out and made you 30 million in less than an hour. How's that for value? Even better, I didn't have to watch my back the entire time I was out there. He was doing it for me. If somehow someone gets the jump on me, I don't have to panic and run to highwake out of the system. They'll be distracted by that fighter out there, and I can casually make my way to the mass lock zone without a care in the world. If only other similarly priced medium-class ships had a fighter hangar. And there's more. It's cheap to outfit and cheaper to repair. It runs cooler than it has any right to, and fully loaded, it can take a surprising amount of punishment for a ship so small. It's practically purpose-built for salvage missions, planetary raids, and disabling megaships. Honestly, the keelback feels like one of the best multi-role ships I have ever flown. It just happens to be ugly. And it's yet another ship that's inexplicably named after a snake. Why not a warthog? It has the looks for it. And on the subject of the odd inconsistencies, how exactly does a Class 4 internal slot equate to 2 medium hardpoints and over 100 points of armor over the Type 6? Makes me wonder if the Type 6 is just skimping on what it can do. But I suppose that's what 2 million credits will buy you. It's also worth noting that this is a very heavy ship that only gets heavier as you move more cargo. Its pitch rate is only slightly better than an Orca and worse than a Federal Corvette, but now the vectored nacelle engines make a little bit more sense. To compensate for its pitch rate, the keelback's roll and yaw speeds are on par with the Imperial Courier. Let that sink in. You should buy this ship, by the way. If you were waiting for me to tell you to, this is that moment. It should be one of the very first ships you buy as a new commander, as a matter of fact. I'd argue that skipping the Type 6 and coming straight here from the Cobra is the smarter move. Not only will it help you secure funding for ships down the road, but it is objectively a good ship to learn to fly in. It lays the foundation for a lot of lessons many commanders won't normally learn until much later. Like setting up your turret fire mode, or the appropriate amount of distance needed before you blow up an asteroid. Even seasoned veterans can benefit from a keelback in their garage. Not just because it's a competent miner, but because of how much soul the ship has. It's quirky and fun, useful and proficient. It's a damn good little ship, even if it is ugly. Real quick, I wanted to say thank you so much for watching. If you like what you saw, consider hitting the subscribe button. And if you already have, then thank you again, and I'll see you next week.
Docking coupler disengaged. Depart when ready, Commander.
Landing gear retracted. Frameshift drive charging.
All clear. FFC signing off.
4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the Type 7 transporter, a freighter built by Lakon Spaceways to move the immense amount of goods produced by stations across the galaxy. It'll cost you a little over 17 million credits to have your very own big rig in space, and if you skip the shield generator, you can haul up to 308 tons of cargo. The Type 7 then looks like the ideal stepping stone if you're looking to make your money moving things around the bubble. Except it's not very good. As a trader, it's limited by its height, which you might notice here is actually a small apartment building welded on top of an entirely glass cockpit. This means that it requires a large landing pad, so you won't be trading with any outposts anytime soon. Weirdly, the ship is 25% bigger than a Python, but only holds 5% more cargo. You could argue that the Python is 3 times more expensive than the Type 7, but it's also smaller. So if I'm getting more ship for less credits, what exactly am I getting 25% more of? You could be excused for thinking that the Type 7 is a mining ship, meant to be crewed by people wearing helmets and covered in dirt. And it would be. But it's not very good at that either. Because it lacks a Class 2 hardpoint, it can't equip a seismic charge launcher, so it won't be blowing up any asteroids to get at the void opals inside. You could spend your time laser mining for paynite instead, but if you wanted to make your job harder, you could do it in a better suited ship. And there are other problems too.
Temperature critical. Temperature critical. Temperature critical. Temperature critical.
I really am tempted to fly this thing straight into the star, just to show it what overheating actually feels like. This is what happens when you charge the frameshift drive. Who designed this thing? Defensively, it's limited by its 4 small hardpoints, with only an empty space for a 5th, making it the worst armed large class ship in the galaxy. On the upside, it only has 1 seat. In fact, it's the only large class ship that doesn't have a second seat for crew. so only one person has to suffer while flying it. And if you happen to be a Type 7 enthusiast, ignoring all its flaws, you're out of luck there too. Even Lakon didn't believe in this ship enough to give it a decent range of paint jobs. If you walked into a shipyard asking for a metallic paint job for your Type 7, they'd think you're a crazy person. Because you clearly would be. It's tied for the lowest amount of options in the livery with the Diamondback Scout. There are more paint jobs for the Imperial Fighter than there are for this ship. From Gudamaya, the people who don't even use paint. Overall, it's too big, it overheats, it's not particularly useful, and it only comes in one flavor: ugly. But maybe I was onto something earlier about throwing the ship into the fire. There is one thing this ship seems to do better than almost anything else in its price range. The Type 7 is extremely well suited as a rescue ship. Because its pitch and yaw rates are identical, manually landing the Type 7 can be a bit easier than other ships, if you can get past its massive Neanderthal forehead. Switching out its cargo racks for economy passenger cabins means you can clear half a passenger board of a damaged station in one fell swoop. And it turns out rescuing people from a violent death on an exploding space station is a beautiful way of gaining reputation. Essential to not only aligning yourself with certain local factions, but to raise your rank within the Empire. Or the Republic. All the while unlocking ships you'd actually rather be flying. And besides, when's the last time your cargo thanked you for dropping it off? It helps that you don't have to go particularly far to help people either. It's all of a 5-second jump to a designated rescue megaship. You don't even have to leave the system. Just don't forget to restock your heat sinks on the way back. And a word of warning, hanging out in systems hit by Thargoids can result in unexpected encounters. I had a lot of mixed feelings about the Type 7 while making this review. After spending a few days flying it, I was confident that I hated this ship. And that's unfortunate, because I didn't hate it until I started using it. I liked the way it looked. Its angular design meant you could tell by looking at it what it was supposed to do. This ship moves cargo. It's just not that good at it though. And making it competitive means making it worse. But using the ship as a rescue vehicle gave me a real sense of urgency. And more importantly, it made me feel like the ship had a purpose. It made me forget that I was flying a Type 7. If you're looking to make credits with the ship, it's better to look elsewhere. But if you're looking to be a hero or grind rank, no other ship will let you do it this well for this cheap. It is irrefutably invaluable for what it does well, even if it will never be remembered as a great ship. I named my ship the Nostromo for a reason. Honestly, this seems like the ship that Lakon forgot, and that's a tragedy. I want to say that this ship is in dire need of an update, but that's not true. I don't think it was ever finished in the first place.
message. Incoming message. Incoming message.
Check your bay number. Check again. Unauthorized loitering may trigger a lethal response. Mind your speed and your surroundings. Avoid costly collisions. The access corridor is designated a no-stop zone. Blockages will be removed. Check your bay number. Check again. Unauthorized loitering may trigger a lethal response.
Ship detach complete. Access corridor is clear.
Oncoming traffic. The access corridor. Observe minimum clearance distance.
Hi, I'm not Jared Huckabee. I no longer work for SIG, and this is Outside Star Citizen. I also don't have the money for a budget like the set they have, and you know, I can't even find a place to mount my microphone stand because my desk has ridges, and it's awkward, so I kind of have to hold it like this. It's kind of awkward.
Landing gear retracted.
But I can start making videos again. And that means we get to have a little fun. As long as I don't talk about... And there are a lot of them.
Frameshift drive charging.
Texas in general.
1. Engage.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, aside from all that, it's probably fun. So, let's talk about what I can talk about. You have no idea how hard these people work for you. The amount of things that they fix, the people that they help, the passion they have for this game every single day. There is so much going on right now that you don't even get to see. And unfortunately, I can't tell you what they're doing, and I can't tell you how they're doing it. And I don't like asking anyone to take anything on faith. So, you don't have to believe me. If you are extremely passionate about Star Citizen, I am actively encouraging you to submit your resume. Go help get it done. Contribute to Spectrum. See for yourself how hard these people push themselves for you. Because they are just like you. They're passionate about Star Citizen too. Which leads me to my next thing. Y'all, game dev is hard. And I really feel like this should go without saying, but this is not a normal game. So it's even harder. You may rightfully get frustrated when you load into a new build of the game on the PTU and it doesn't quite work right. But brother, you don't know what a bad build is. 100 million things had to go right in order to get this to you. And there was blood, sweat, and tears to get there. Metaphorically, actually crying on the servers didn't go very well for me. It is hard work. And if you think it isn't, again, I highly encourage you to get involved. Try it for yourself. Because I didn't think it was this hard. And some of the ways I would run my mouth when I was just making videos or talking with other people about how devs could choose to fix their games. I sound like an asshole. It's not simple. That's not how game development works. I'm not saying I have to like it just because somebody worked hard on it, but I also didn't have to run my mouth like I knew better than the person who was making it. That said, things break, because that is how game development works. And you can help with that. Please use the issue council. If something is broken, go to the issue council, do a quick search to see if someone else has made the issue, and contribute to it. If you really want to help, make a ticket, be detailed in your steps, take a video of the problem happening if you can, and if you want to be real slick about it, you can open up the console and enter R display session info 1. That'll put this QR code thing here up in the corner. Adding this QR code to the evidence will help the devs track down specifically how and where you experienced that issue. And look, I get that some people feel like they shouldn't have to do this. They paid for a game and it should just work. And the good news is that you don't have to do any of this. But if you want to play and you want this issue to go away quicker, you can help with that. And also, you know, good things come to those who help the issue council. It's good karma. Wink. And good things come to those who wait. I did get a chance to make something for last year's Ship Showdown when everyone was talking about the PTV and the MSR. Just a tiny response to Jake's video the year before. And now I get to show it to you here. Enjoy.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond!
Come now. You really think you're the only one who can...
This is the Orca, and it's made by Saud Kruger, the civilian side of the Imperial shipyards. All of the luxury of Gudamaya, with even more smug superiority. But I couldn't exactly tell you how. Evidently, I'm not allowed outside the bridge. I just get to own and fly the ship. I'm not good enough caliber to mingle. I like Saud Kruger's ships, though it does seem he went to the Bijan School of Design. To slightly misquote the man, when the world said settle and compromise, I made my own world. And I think Saud Kruger did. His ships are like nothing else on the market. Say what you will about its imagery, but the man does make an eye-catching cruise liner. Not only is Saud Kruger the sole producer of the gold skin material that lines the interior of his ships, but he has exclusive rights to the finest luxury passenger cabins in the galaxy. They can only be equipped in Saud Kruger ships. I can buy the most opulent, luxurious cabin in the galaxy, but I'm not high class enough to actually see it. How upper crust is that? That's the 0.1% right there. Completely impractical for the sake of formality. Someone British must be responsible for this. Obviously, the Orca is focused on passenger transport, as all Saud Kruger ships are. But that's not the only thing it's good for. Saud Kruger's subsidiary corporation, Astrogator, sells passenger vacation packages to far-off and exotic locations throughout the galaxy. But the exploration data its ships acquire on those journeys also brings in a tidy sum, and makes Saud Kruger one of the industry leaders in up-to-date star charts. As such, the Orca is a fairly competent exploration vessel in its own right. Fully engineered and stripped, it can manage a notable 60-plus light-years of jump range. But that would be without passenger cabins, which might defeat the purpose of it. In fact, I can imagine few things more terrifying than being alone on an empty luxury cruise ship thousands of light years from any form of civilization. Do you want a ghost ship in space? Because that's how you get a ghost ship in space. That said, if I could wander the decks of this ship and look out its massive glass canopy as it soared along, I'm not sure I'd ever fly anything else. But, as it is, locked in a cockpit clearly designed by Zorgan Peterson, which is to say an extraordinarily bland cockpit, all I can do is admire the exterior, and have people tell me how beautiful it is from behind the sealed door. This, as you might imagine, is incredibly frustrating. Luckily, the Orca is also very good at one other thing, which allows its pilot to take out these kind of frustrations on an outside world. This ship was clearly not intentionally built for combat. You only really need to look at it to know that. Its hardpoints are terribly placed, its armor and shields are mediocre, and if that canopy was actually glass, it would be a huge incentive to stay far away from a fight. But it's not. So I can do this. Of course, the Orca is not the only ship that can do this. Creating a hull tank to ram into things is nothing new. But thankfully, the Orca is one of those ships that is fantastically fun to misuse. With its engines tuned, the Orca is exceptionally maneuverable, which makes loading it up with hull reinforcements and slamming into things really more fun than it has any right to be. It's like using a MacBook to get rid of a spider. It's oddly therapeutic. A link to Rensler's guide for setting up your Orca to do this is linked below. There are some issues. The pilot seat is a little too left of center for my tastes. It has heat issues, a small power plant, bad hardpoint placement, and it's a massive target if you do decide to start a fight. But it is, well, majestic. It really does handle quite well, and it actually is a beautiful ship. It also seems to be the most viable exploration ship out of the entire Saud Kruger catalog, as long as you don't need a ship launch fighter. At the end of the day, though, the Orca is not a particularly good ship. It's not a bad ship either, but it is meant for a very specific type of commander. A commander who already has more money than he knows what to do with, obviously. Probably not one who wants to roleplay a cruise ship captain, because why would you not take the beluga out instead?
It might be someone who wants to try exploring in something a little more luxurious and less cramped than Diamondback Explorer. But honestly, I think it's probably going to be the one who values the Orca's maneuverability and speed and ability to smack into things very, very hard. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that at all. One more thing. Ship loadouts, bloopers, and music tracks I've used here are all available over on the Patreon page. I do hope you guys like it when you check it out, and if you'd like to support the channel, then there's some other bonus stuff you can get in there too. Thank you so much for watching, have a wonderful day, and I'll see you next week.
Coming through, that's what we're talking about. Why would I ask? It's coming. Luis Hernandez coming through really hard and really strong. That's what we're talking about. Popping that cherry in a way that makes sense. Luis Hernandez coming through. That's what we're talking about. Luis Hernandez coming through, popping the cherry with a $10. $5 super chat, rather. Nonetheless, we do appreciate it. That's what we're talking about. Hell yeah, brother. We appreciate that. Luis Hernandez is in the building like always. Alrighty, folks. Let's see if you have your thinking cap on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a song, and the first person to get it right is going to get my attention. Okay? Are you guys ready? I'm going to play a song, and the first person to get it right is going to get my attention, and they're going to get shot out, because they got that thinking cap on. We're more than likely going to be the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 campaign. It's like a 4-hour campaign. We're already halfway through it from what I can tell. And, well, it's abysmal. It's really, I mean, quite clearly it was DLC. They threw it together. They lost direction. I mean, they had to get something out, and this was the result. This was the result. But the gamers don't care. They love it. They will probably give this game a 9 out of 10. The zombies won't be any different. You know, the zombies is going to be very similar in structure. You know, the zombies used to be very unique, okay? The zombies used to be very memorable. And now it's all turned into the same game. You see, basically everything is just Warzone. And that's what the gamers want today. You know, they've grown up with Warzone during COVID, and they have fond memories of the first Warzone experience. This is their generation. It's not our generation anymore, okay? You just have to know and understand the gamers that are growing up with this current slop software. They're going to look back on it in 10, 15 years from now, and they're going to be, you know, in the same boat. That gaming was so much better back then. But in reality, it's not just age. There is truth to it, okay? And the propaganda is getting out of control in this industry, okay? It's really being shoved down your throat. We've seen it time and time again with Spider-Man 2. We've seen it with Call of Duty here. I've never seen a Call of Duty game like this, okay? Let's not get into why, but I've never seen a Call of Duty game like this before. And we're seeing it with all of these modern titles. Alan Wake 2, I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's unbelievable. But you don't care. Well, I don't care. I mean, you know, if the game were great and revolutionary and it pushed it forward, I wouldn't mind the propaganda, you know, because it's going to be like that anyway. But when the game design doesn't get up on that next level, then there's no point to buy these consoles. There's no point to consume. Big Boss coming through. That's what we're talking about. Hell yeah, brother. We appreciate a Big Boss coming through. Well, I certainly hope so. What else would you be? I mean, imagine watching anyone else. We're going to beat the campaign tonight, and then we're going to have nothing to play. We're going to have nothing to play after the campaign's over with. Because the Call of Duty Zombies isn't out until sometime next week, I believe. The Insane Asylum coming through, that's what we're talking about. The Insane Asylum's coming through.
Priority access will be granted upon request. Welcome to this federal port, Commander.
I only know power chords, so if you know punk rock stuff, I can probably do it. But, you know, some of the Nirvana stuff is actually really hard. Kurt Cobain doesn't get credit for his technicality on the guitar. But if you listen to the early Bleach stuff, if you listen to Incesticide, there's a lot on there that Kurt Cobain doesn't get credit for because they say, well, he was just a druggie. And it's like, well, yeah, he was just a druggie, but at the same time, you know, the art resonated with people, and, well, I think that counts for something.
It's over.
Crispy Taco coming through, that's what we're talking about. Hell yeah, brother, we appreciate it. Crispy Taco coming through. All right, folks, I'm going to play this one. You guys like the effects? It's actually revolutionary. I mean, I just make you know, it's great. I mean, it's really forward-thinking future. No one has these effects.
Internet Warrior Super Shattered 20.
That's what we're talking about. Internet Warrior coming through. It's a total disaster. I tell you, this industry is a total disaster. I mean, we basically paid $100 for a 4-hour campaign that you can't even play if the servers are offline. I mean, what a great, fantastic product, you know. Internet Warrior coming through really hard and really strong with the $20 super chat. Okay, here's what we're gonna do, folks. If you're just tuning in, I'm gonna play a little tune on this guitar. First person to get it right is getting free attention, okay? Let's see who knows their tunes. Are you guys ready? Because we certainly hope that you are. Let's see if this is working. All right, it is working. We're going to go ahead and play this tune, and we're going to see if anyone knows what it is. And you should know what it is. They don't make great music anymore, though this band is still making music, and, well, I don't want to say any more than that, but the band is still making music, and the music that they're currently making is abysmal. Really terrible. They really fell off, to be honest. But, you know, not everyone can be the Beatles, you know? When did the Beatles fall off? They didn't fall off, okay. The Beatles didn't fall off. Even the new Beatles song that came out is still fantastic, even though it's...
Super Shattered $4.99. Nintendo doesn't make woke games. Characters are actually compelling in a way that makes sense. Baby bear.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, quite frankly, Mario Wonder, I saw a few people talk about that, but quite frankly, that might be a sleeper hit of the year. I don't even have Mario Wonder, but I played it at Target, and I thought, well, you know, this does just work. Jake Paul coming through, that's what we're talking about, Jake Paul.
Jake Super Shattered $5. About to have a world-class musical performance. _ Michael world-class _ Michael.
You love it, don't you?
_ Michael Micah.
You love it, don't you? Sound like shit. All right, here's what we're going to do, folks. We're going to play the song, and we're going to see who gets it right first.
It's over.
But just one moment. MO coming through. That's what we're talking about. Hell yeah, brother. We appreciate that. MO coming through.
Touchdown. Ship secured.
Psychology and anti-property tactics. Gaming is an abyss of dog shit.
Well, I mean, you know,
It's over.
I'm just speechless. Van Dweller coming through.
5 Dweller super chatted $5. Keep keeping it real.
That's what we're talking about. Van Dweller coming through. Hell yeah, brother. We appreciate that. Down by the river. Alrighty, folks at home. Are you guys ready for this moment? To this audio level here. How are we doing? Okay. We're going to play this here. And we're going to see who's going to get this right first, okay? Now I'm on the spot, so I'm going to probably make an error. But when we play offline, we're even better, believe me, okay? So here we go. I'm going to make sure that I'm on live chat. And you have to name the song, not the band, okay? That doesn't count. What is the name of the song? There we go. Should be pretty easy. Not Nirvana. I'm going to mess up. You guys have put me on the spot. I mean, it's a very easy song to play. You could probably play it in 5 minutes, but nonetheless. Are you guys ready? Come on! Here we go. Nope. I literally just said not to name the band. I said to name the song. Oh, Big Boss got it. Big Boss. Big Boss got it. Braves too. That quick. Big Boss knows his shit. Well, the other guy would have got it first, but he said Green Day. I said not to name the band. I said to name the song. What, you know, because naming the band is easier than naming the song. Jeez, I mean, unbelievable. Whatever, dude. Ew. Hello? Look at the situation here. Why can't I get out of this one?
It's over.
Fatal Frame coming through. That's what we're talking about.
Fatal Foams super chatted $5. Hey Michael, thanks for exposing these garbage games.
Well, I play them so you don't have to. I mean, you know, and again, this campaign, we're going to beat this probably tonight unless we get stuck or we're just that bad at it. I mean, it's a really short campaign. We're already more than halfway through, I believe, from the video that I watched. I mean, I just looked at where I was, and there's only about like maybe an hour, 2 hours left, 3 hours. I mean, it really depends on how we play, but, you know, if you go right to the objective, I mean, it shouldn't take too long. Shouldn't take too long. She don't love, and it's so sad. 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 I can't. Hello. She don't love it, so sad. Saddest it's ever been. Oh! Oh! Sounds like absolute dog shit. The whole computer's locked up. Hello? We're gonna get started here shortly. We gotta wait for a few more people to join in. Why does that sound like shit? Where's the distortion at? This ain't distortion. Edgy vintage drive. Not even doing anything. She don't love, and it's so sad. She told me that she loved, but she lied yet again, and it's so damn sad. Alrighty. Modern Warfare 3. Terrible game. Why are we losing viewers already? We just lost like 30 viewers. Well, no one wants to watch you play that guitar. Well, I was waiting for people to tune in. We wouldn't have to play the guitar if people tuned in. But it takes 45 minutes for people to get in here. You know, the numbers don't lie. What do you want me to tell you? Unless we had a connection issue there. We might have had a connection issue. Hey, I'm so cool. Hey, I'm so cool. Hey, I'm so cool. Hey, I'm so cool. She told me. I can't sing and play at the same time. If we could do that, I mean, we could start a fucking punk rock band, because punk rock bands don't know how to sing, and you know, they sell a few t-shirts, and you know, there's get enough gas to get to the next show. Not hard. We can make a band, but you know, everyone's lazy and they sit on the internet all day. They don't do anything. I mean, it's just like, I'm ready to start a band. If you're in the Chicago area, I need a drummer. Let's do the White Stripes too. Fuck this shit. I'm not kidding either. Let's go. She don't love, it's so sad. Saddest it's ever been, honey bunny. Isn't that like, I mean, that's like every fucking song. But people don't play guitar anymore. I don't know how they make music. It's all fake. Imagine that. Literally all fake. It's a little loud, ain't it? Yeah, a little loud. Just a little loud, huh? It's a little loud. Now it's too quiet. All right, we're going to be getting started here shortly, so hold your britches. She don't love, it's so sad. she don't love. I can't even play bar chords. Too hard. That's where I gave up. I said, well, you got to do all that. Fuck that. I'm not doing that. So I just stuck with power chords. That's about the gist here. A few power chords and some normal chords, and that's about it. It's about the extent of the knowledge here for this. So it's limited. I mean, when you play this, I mean, you eventually hit a point where you know what you can do and what you can't. Obviously, practice, helps, but I really do think there is a cutoff point for most people. It's just like, well, that's about as far as you're gonna get. You're not gonna